Ladies and gentlemen, with the exception of a couple of little tidbits, the review sheet should actually be up to date now. So we're going to do something we've deliberately not done in a couple of days. We're going to update the HUD here. Drumroll, please. There we go. All right, so without further ado, sure, Von Falkenstein, if you are that desirous of doing bad content, and I'm just going to put that as bluntly as I possibly can, then I will not stop you. I just told you the truth. Many people, including several people I know personally, all started FF14 and then quit FF14 because they did the side quests. I gave you the warning. What you do with it is up to you. Sure. That's a weird pop-up.
I had hoped to bear witness to the moment our salvation is realized. But nothing must be left to chance. I will stop you here, no matter the cost. Wounded as I am, I knew that I would be hard-pressed to fight you on equal terms. And so I lured you to this place, where the advantage is mine.
And never will. All the tribal quests have been completely ejected from the review. By necessity.
The Archfiends live?
Impossible. Scarmiglione and Barbariccia were sealed in Memoria, while Cagnazzo and Rubicante died in the Source.
You're not wrong. They are not the true Archfiends, but shades born of their residual ether.
If they are shades, then their strength will pale in comparison. Even should they fight as one, we may yet prevail.
We'll tend to the Archfiends. Go and put an end to Zeromus.
You'll do no such thing.
Go! We'll join you as soon as we can.
Okay, we technically didn't even get that battle on FF4, Darkrai.
It is too late. Zeromus will awaken, and it shall devour any who come between it and its desire. Your companion is no exception.
Dude, please.
I wouldn't be so sure. Time and again, he has faced insurmountable odds.
Of course, Justinian goes after Barbaricia.
But no matter how hopeless things seemed, he's never given up the fight.
So long as he has strength of will to forge on, then so too shall we.
For we believe in him, and he believes in us. And together, our light can pierce blackest darkness.
Sorry. Gotta charge up. For some reason. What is this darkness, cold and all-consuming? Where am I? Hi. I must return to my home, where my kin await. Lavos? That is a good render of Zeromus, I'll give you that. I must return. I return, and none shall stand in my way. We get way too much use out of this stupid crystal. As I say, you know at some point we're gonna lose that thing. So yeah, if it's not obvious, when I was looking for music for the FF14 composites, one of the recommended songs right at the top, pretty much unavoidable to the naked eye, was that picture of Zeromus right there, like that. It's just like, oh, okay. So, who's on? We are one shy at the moment. Oh, never mind. We're good. You're good, Shiren. Don't worry about it. Alright, let's do this with 8 warriors, okay? You say that, Von Falkenstein, but, like, it's not really that linear or simple. There really isn't a lot of other sources of FF14 music in specific. If, for example, I wanted to get some music from, I don't know, WoW, then I'd be fine. Because I have other sources of WoW music. But sometimes YouTube is the only source of certain FF14 songs. At least a good take on them. And yeah, that's the other thing. The algorithm being the algorithm, it'll absolutely push those kind of things, whether you're looking for something related or not. I can attest to that absolutely, because I was spoiled on something for FF7R2, and I haven't been looking up anything Final Fantasy related on YouTube for months. It was just like, hey, you like video games? This is a commonly looked at thing. Here you go. Bwong. It's like, thanks, YouTube. Appreciate you. Just don't mind me, just doing laps. I wish I could disable suggestions on YouTube, to be honest with you. Like that surely that should like from a customer perspective, from a user friendliness perspective, surely that should be a toggle, right? Jesus, this Spirit Star. I got extremely lucky with Endwalker. Now, frankly, I got lucky with this expansion. I only had 2 things spoiled for me, and they were Barbaricia and Zeromus. Both music, of course. Yeah, an ignore list would be nice, too. There's a lot of features YouTube should have that it doesn't, because it's stupid. I've said it before and I've said it again, and I mean this. YouTube trying to make money, as in net make money, is foolish. And I mean that with legitimate sincerity. A service like YouTube shouldn't be a moneymaker. And frankly, can't be a moneymaker. Like, I don't know how better to explain that, so forgive me for not going into detail. Yeah, it's another thing. YouTube never has been a moneymaker. Yeah, there's a whole lot of lack of human oversight in YouTube, too, in general. I get it, they deal with an absolutely ridiculous amount of stuff all day, but bots should be the filter, which then kicks things up to the people to make the decisions. That is correct. That is how that should work. Oh, there's Rex. Okay, so I was told I have to tank. List here. Exactly, Blade Tool. I was going to Paladin. The only reason I was Warrior is because I was doing a roulette this morning. It's an interesting mix. The Rebirth spoiler I got has to do with the ending. That is all I will say, for obvious reasons. No, I kind of agree with you, Leander, especially the beat. Well, it's okay. Goku's got our back. Oh yeah, and if it's not obvious, again, I haven't looked up FF anything in months. And it was still just like, bwong. I don't remember what I was looking up. It was just bwong. Wait, let me look at that. Nice. I like it, Blade Tival. Okay. Is that 2 or 1? So are you attacking me with your ribs? I just want to be clear about that. You're attacking me with your ribs. I mean, Mr. Red has aggro on me. And you know me. I have a big dick, so I haven't been fighting him for it. Also, Doom Rider, playing a Black Mage on this fight is bold, I'm just gonna say. Good morning, Reagan. Okay. Right. That just hits you. Yeah, meteor strikes have to be stacked. I forget what they call them in this version, but they're meteor strikes. That's a meteor strike. I don't get to use that ability very often. I don't even know if it works on that. It looks very cool. That is always what matters in these games. What?
Test on
Attack is called Nostalgia. Someone limit break, Jesus. PG. No re. I mean, the actual Zeroma's fighting for isn't bad for the time, but yeah, no, that was good. Oh my god. So really quick. This is a real story. Okay, hang on. Real quick. Once upon a time, I reached Zeroma's for the first time. And I'm fighting him. And he's sitting there and he's shaking. And I'm like, nothing I'm doing is doing anything. He's not attacking me. I'm not attacking him. I thought I bugged out the game. So I went up and actually called my friend who had beaten the game already. I was like, how do I beat Zeroma's? And because I phrased the question so weirdly, his reaction was, I don't know, dude, just use spells and attacks and stuff. And I was like, I've been doing that. And he's like, well, do it better. Then he hung up on me. And I'm just like, ugh. I ended up just closing the stats. Because I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't figure out to go find the item and go to the inventory and use the crystal that was magically there in order to actually convert him. So the first time I ever got to Zeroma's in FF4, I couldn't beat him. He was impossible. It was the hardest boss. It was the hardest boss I ever fought. Because I couldn't even start the fight. They even say use the crystal. It's just that never, like, processed for me. You know? Thank you, Jesse's Mask, very, very much. Always appreciate that support. Thank you very much, Jesse's Mask. I will put that down for Pentiment, Citizen Sleeper, and Guardians of the Galaxy. I would never know how anyone's DPS is, but obviously you were doing more than me, because you held aggro off me. Not by much, though. You were 1% ahead of me, put it that way. You did good deeps, though. Blade Traval crushed all of us. Like, holy crap, dude. USN Corp, though, worst DPS in the entire raid. Pathetic. we need to kick him out of the guild immediately for daring to not max out the DPS meter. Green DPS is all that matters. Stop healing and go do deeps. God! You did fine. Oh, wait, no. Omega Legion. Sorry, I thought Giga asked. Who's your character, Omega Legion? Lilith. You did quite well. I would say above average. Now, that's, of course, not counting super geared stuff, but from what I see, yeah, you did above average. I mean, we can Darkrai. Did he even drop loot? I guess he didn't. Whatever. Not that I care. I don't want loot. As long as they await my return, I shall endure. Yeah. References, I get it. And Justinian's dead.
Are you alright?
I'm fine, dude. Of course he did, Doom Rider. He's a Dragoon. Okay, this is neat and all, but I just fought this dude. You're stealing my thunder here. Come on. Let me be cool.
Like all Void Sent, Zeromus cannot be killed. Sealing it in Memoria is the only way.
As you know. No. No is my coolness, Leander. Mine.
That it should come to this.
Sorry, buddy.
I failed my dear friend. Fell for the Ascian's ploy and unleashed the darkness. And after an eternity of waiting, I find myself on my knees. How disappointed must you be in me, in the foolishness and futility of it all? No, I will not let it be for naught. I will not allow you to pass. I will triumph in my crusade.
Burning Crusade?
There is no triumph to be found in this madness. Even if the veil were to be unraveled, it would not undo what darkness has done to the world. Nor would it bring Golbez back. From his slumber, you know there is no return. You're weak and imperfect. You know it in your heart. In spite of this, Do you truly believe that you can save everyone? Are you sure you will not fail? I'm no better. Weak and imperfect and plagued by doubt. Which is why I need friends to walk beside me.
I am disappointed. I was expecting for quite a while, actually, that Zero would actually class change into a paladin. Especially after she grabbed the ether.
Light? But how?
This is proof that I believe in others, and they in turn believe in me. A light that illuminates the way in darkest despair. Be it in a ruined city locked in ice, or a world drowning in light, it was with faith in one another that life endured. I see it clearly now.
You think we are capable of the same?
It won't be easy. Having lived too long as Voidsent, we've forgotten how to trust. But one thing is certain. If Zeromus succeeds and everyone dies, we'll never have the chance to try. You asked me to join hands with you once, and I refused. I cannot take back that mistake, but I can extend to you the same offer. We can be better than we have been.
Well, that's Frostborn! Sorry.
Of course. You were the Memoriat we met all those years ago. Yes, I remember now. We hoped you would join us in our quest to end the Contra Memoria.
Oh, you think that's bad? You should watch the Iron Harvest game. A game in which this is not a joke, the majority of the gameplay of the entire game is a flashback, and in some cases we play flashbacks inside of the overall flashback.
But you rejected us outright. It left both of us discouraged. Golbez most of all. If we could but overcome the fear that has shaped and divided us, we could change everything. Even in the midst of that terrible war, he never stopped believing in others. Not even at the end.
You're Golbez now. If you would live up to his name, then you must trust in people as he did.
I cannot forgive what you have done to my sister, but she may yet be saved.
I mean, yes, all fiction is a series of repeating motifs.
If you can help us see her safely home and protect the source, then
As Zero's friends, we should gladly share what knowledge we have to help you restore the Void.
I mean, we were going to anyways.
You truly believe the world of old can be ours again?
No.
I do. So long as we work together.
But I do think you can make a new world. When do I get Shadow Flare?
We will disperse Zeromus's essence once more. The instant we do, you must call to Ashdaya.
I just killed it. Okay.
Understood.
I mean, if you've played Dissidia, Golbez is a very fun job. A very fun class to play as. No, in Dissidia, they call him a thaumaturge. Imagine a monk combined with a black mage. Hey, Linarith. Oh, it's fun.
The suffocating darkness. Like that of the rift.
Honestly, most characters play well in Dissidia. It's an awesome game.
Disorienting. Untethered. And drifting further away.
Oh, I had hundreds of hours in Duodecim. I 99'd every single character. And did a lot of the super optional stuff. Not all of it. You never beat that one XIV fight.
Zero. Don't give up.
Hold fast to yourself. Look to the light within.
Your place isn't alone in the dark, Zero. Not anymore.
Think of the sweat. Think of the sweat. Oh, Dissidia NT is awful. I spit on NT. NT is a lamentation, 100%. If we ever did a re-review of it, which we won't, it would probably break the bottom 10 range. She has become my shield. No, Goldberg.
Of course.
I said bottom 10, not bottom
With this power
5.
from beyond the rift, I can do it. I can save everyone. Golbez, if you would make amends, then lend me your strength.
That took a minute. Golbez? Oh, absolutely. White and gold is a great color combo.
Ashdaya! Hear my voice and return to me!
O Urter Nin. Kom an, Andrankin.
Have care. Zeromus makes to resurrect.
Not if I have anything to say about it. No more, fiend!
You're safe now, Ashdaya. You're safe. To my sister, I shall offer up the eye in this vessel. We, dragons, bring forth progeny with our very life force. That which my eye harbors should be enough to grant her corporeal form. Of course, this means I shall no longer have control over this vessel. I must ask you escort Ashdaya to the surface in my stead.
We came to bring her home, and we'll do just that. You have my word.
Thank you. At long last, we shall be together again.
Alright, who wants to lug the corpse?
Where are you going?
Our world may yet be restored. I thought it an impossible dream once, but having witnessed your miracles, I cannot help but believe. Nevertheless, I am the villain who wrought this tragedy, and in my misguided crusade, I compounded my sins. My place is not at your side.
Regardless of how you may feel, by lending me your strength, you've made amends. You've earned a new beginning. It's up to you what we become to one another.
Where did the armor come from?
What we couldn't do yesterday, we might still do today. Working together.
Well, ironically, no, Darkrai. Which is funny you bring that up, because I absolutely would give that a negative, too. The thing is, the problem here is Golbez is not redeemed. Golbez now has earned the right to start redeeming. And that distinction is something I think fiction screws up a lot, especially Final Fantasy. And Star Wars.
And should we want for strength, we need only rally more like-minded souls to our cause.
Ha!
So let's take the first step. The two of us.
Also, maybe get armor that actually, like, fits you, Durante. Agreed, von Falkenstein. He takes off the helmet. There's nothing underneath. Ah! Oh god, it's Master Chief all over again. Never did I imagine the light I bore could bring about such change. Yeah. There you go, just for you in chat. As our domains are shaped by our innermost desires, perhaps this is a reflection of the hope that had quickened in my heart. You came to the 13th to rescue Azhdaya and protect your world. Our meeting was happenstance, our association mutual convenience. Yet you and yours have always treated me with kindness. As a friend, and through your friendship, I have found a new beginning. I am forever in your debt. I will take the baked eggplant, the spicy stellar soup, which is simmered and diced alien onions and carrots of happiness aplenty. Its flavor is quite literally out of this world. We also got tandoori raptor, a Near Eastern staple consisting of tender meats, tender chunks of baked raptor meat marinated in mouth-watering spices with creamy yogurt. Oh, and this is topped with sliced vegetables and a healthy coating of melted Garlean cheese. These rich eggplants have been roasted to tender perfection. We now do the lunar subterrane. Okay. I almost skipped breakfast. That's why I was late this morning. It's because I didn't skip breakfast. So now we adjust the transmitters to go here, right? And start pouring light ether into the 13th. Right? That's what we're doing.
Words cannot well express my relief that we could rescue my sister, nor my gratitude to all of you. What of him, Golbez?
He felt it would be inappropriate for him to be present at your reunion with Azhdaya, and chose to remain down in the chasm. If you wish to hear an apology, however, I should be glad to drag him here.
Nay, that shall not be necessary. By his deeds hath he demonstrated his contrition.
I might eat him if I saw him.
So, what will you do now?
I've learned much, journeying together with you. Experienced things I could never have experienced alone. Together with Golbez, I hope to do the same as we labor to restore the 13th.
Well, so we've got these ether transmitters.
Then I suppose it's farewell for now.
Be sure to share with Golbez what you've learned of the Source and its reflections, as well as the true nature of light and dark. He is as resourceful as he is determined, and will surely make the very most of the insights.
Indeed. Once we've gained a better understanding of the situation, I hope we can rely on your counsel.
But of course, I too shall continue probing new possibilities, the better to be of aid when the time comes. Ah, speaking of which...
And then she casts a meteor.
From ocean rise and cloud bank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born.
Really?
Come forth, my servant. I revised the incantation, which is not to say you know how it went before. Are we clear?
I didn't hear anything.
Nidana provided me with spare warding scales, which apparently provide greater protection than before.
Interesting camera trick.
This should keep the familiar safe. So long as you give the Nixie ether from time to time, it will persist and serve as a beacon for us to find you.
So yeah, here's our pager. Kind of.
Already we find ourselves with a new ally. Thank you. When you have the chance, please thank everyone for me. Those in Razatan, Garlemald, Charlian.
Oh yeah, by the way, we brought like an entire backpack full of food, and an entire other backpack full of food, and an entire crate full of food. Like, I'm sorry, for real. For real. I'll be like, all right, hang on. These goodbyes are great and all. Give me a minute. And then I would be like, and just teleport back to Razatan and be like, okay, listen, this is an emergency. I need an entire cauldron of your best curry right now. And I'm not actually joking. This is legitimately what I would do. I'd be like, all right, here, just give me some food. Give me some food. Yeah, here you go. Have some food. Oh, that's true. We can literally cook it ourselves. So we're there, like, cooking with the cooks in Razatan. Like, we got this. We got this. And yeah, then she shares the curry with Golbez, and Golbez is like, ah! Yeah, like make it a regular... I'm not actually joking. I'm the boring guy, okay? I'm the guy who likes it when it's like, this is goodbye. But also, every month, on a Monday, the first Monday of the month, we're going to show up right here at this designated spot, and we're going to bring food. It's free. There's no need for anything. It's gonna be a thing. And yeah, no, I'm sorry. That's my headcanon. We're gonna get organized about this. We're gonna provide regular shipments for this crap. What you do with it is up to you. Plonk.
The first and on the moon. A lengthy list.
I'm a level 90 culinarian, Rax. What do you want from me?
A gift for Reen. In return for the light she helped me harness. It's the Memoria holding Zeromus. If used to augment darkness in the first, it may help to create balance between our worlds.
Yeah, Urianger, could you, like, spend a couple of months doing formulas on this thing before we do that, please? I'm down with the idea. Like, I'm down with the idea, but can we do our math first? Let's not pull an Ascian, shall we?
Similarly, why not entrust the Archfiend's Memoria to Zero?
In that case, I shall pass them on to Golbez, to inspire and admonish him in equal measure.
We do still have to have our FF10 expansion, Doom Rider. We talked about this during the lore run, too. There there's so many ways sin could be generated in a setting like this, so... Yes, I will see you again. Oh, also, you should know about these two people.
What? There are others from our world who seek to restore it. Then please tell them this. Though we are worlds apart, in our shared objective, we walk as one.
True enough, Omega Legion. Sin was always relatively low tier. It was very high tier for the setting, which worked. God, that animation. That's even more impressive than Euless or Golbez, because we are variable, so they had to do...
Though it is to say farewell, 'tis past time we returned home. Bray, climb upon my back.
What, like 5 versions of that handshake, depending on our species? Hold on, how is she getting from the moon down to the planet?
Till we meet again.
No, I mean, obviously she has a way down, but like that would be really funny if the cutscene just pulled back to her. She's like, all right, now how do I get back down?
No matter where we are, or how much time passes, our bond will endure. This I believe.
And we'll never see her again. The end. Oh, God, that's actually a bit stark in the eyes. Why is there still red stuff coming out? All right, rotor. I think this all began with a simple treasure hunt. I could sleep for a week. Yeah, this particular story arc started interestingly. Oh my God. must join with my brethren in solidarity. There can be only one Paladin of the Ring. Welcome back, everyone. While you were away, a rent in the fabric of reality suddenly appeared. Through it, we could observe you locked in furious battle with Zeromus. By the time it closed up, we'd seen your victory. Well done, by the way. But we still couldn't breathe easy till we knew for certain you were safe and sound. And here you are. Thank heavens. Dare I hope Ajdaya is safe too? And Zero? Yeah, they're fine. You can see Ajdaya right over there, actually. Though we could not return Ajdaya to her original form, Vitra granted her a new vessel using one of his eyes. This is just creepy information. Perhaps our research into environments capable of supporting life would be of use to the 13th. Yes, yes, please. We'll get the Loporits involved with the regular shipment of food thing that we're doing. I don't care what the game says. That's happening, even if it's off camera. A day may come when the people of the Source and the 13th work hand in hand. We've already done that. In anticipation of this, we must accumulate even more useful technology. Don't let us detain you with our cavalcade of brilliant ideas. We'll see the gate closed and the seal deactivated. Go home, get some rest. That includes you, Urianger. Yeah, Urianger, don't work extra hours. As thou dost command. Pray convey our gratitude to the Watcher for his timely assistance. It seems Vitra is preparing to depart. Come, let us descend to the Tower of Babel. We must seek out Eulus, tell him of the mission's outcome. Blah, blah. Get to delivering. Uh-oh. There's a lot of paladins here. I'm scared. Oh god. I flex with my brethren. Rax is like, I resist. Rax is like by himself there. Thank you, Seraphim. Always appreciate the sub. If you give me one moment, please. We're putting that towards Kingdom Hearts 4 and the Kingdom Hearts block. You got it. What am I doing? Apparently I'm going down to the Woild. To the Woild! What news of your mission to the Void? The mere fact that I'm talking to you is pretty much answer enough.
Oh, it's you again. Is everything all right?
I've got really bad news about your girlfriend. On the plus side, you can tell all your friends you definitely have a girlfriend for realsies. She's on another planet. She's from the 13th. You haven't met her. She moved away.
So you were able to rescue Ajdaya. Thank the 12.
Channeling light from the first was rather ingenious. It may fall short of cross-rift travel, but it's still an impressive achievement in my book.
You're too kind. Suffice it to say, though, that I don't intend to rest on these laurels. There's always more to be done.
Yeah, she still hasn't met her boyfriend either. We got a lot of trans-dimensional boyfriending going on here.
Zero stayed in the void, did she? Well, if I had known it would come to that, I would have said a proper farewell.
Zero sends her thanks.
Thanks for what? I don't recall doing anything in particular for her. On the contrary, she's the one who risked life and limb.
You know, I'm probably the only person in the world who would find that interesting, but it would be kind of cool if we had a trans-dimensional delivery thing going on. You know, letters, goods. It's one of those interesting things. It's like... I can't think of a real world example. I guess microchips would be the best real-life example. What I mean by that is, obviously, we can't convey bulk goods, right? So, like, not raw resources or anything like that. But finished processed goods, we could. So, like a really, really nice watch, or like a specific piece of ether, or a very, very nice weapon. You get the idea. So, anything we convey over would automatically be very valuable because it's literally from another planet. You get it. Then we get shot in the head and we have to hunt down Benny.
Still, I'm glad that she got something out of her time here. As the days roll on, things will change for the both of us. But some things will remain as they are. As far as I'm concerned, Zero will always be a friend and comrade. And I will never forget her.
If she's working tirelessly to restore the 13th, it wouldn't do to be outdone here. When next Zero visits, we must see to it that you have a shiny new Garlemald to show her.
A Garlemald restored, you might say.
Indeed. And speaking of rebuilding, there's a matter I'd like to discuss with you and Alphino. Word has spread of our dealings with Razat Han, and people are excited by the prospect of standing on our own 2 feet again. Naturally, it won't be straightforward. It never is. But on the whole, I have a good feeling about things.
In other words, it may be time for us to limit our involvement, that Garleans might take the lead. I can see the sense in that.
Fast forward 1 week, they're all dead of starvation and freezing.
No, that's not what I meant at all.
And then, like, the victory music starts up. And it's like a slow panning shot of all their frozen corpses. No? Just me? Okay.
Seeing as things are going well, we want you to take a rest. A proper rest. That's what I wanted to say on everyone's behalf.
So you know how in cutscenes it'll be like, boing, and, you know, quest complete, bum, 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 you know, and the music plays. So it's this cutscene. This is borrowed from Leander. It's the cutscene, and they're all dead. And then, like, it's like, boom, wipe out the Imperial Remnant. Complete! And then it cuts to the Warrior of Light, and he's like, oh, man, I've had that quest in my log for years. It's an ARR quest.
You've done so much for us already. Toiled beside us in the cold for far longer than anyone could ask.
Yeah, you're doing something totally unrelated. Blah, quest complete. Oh, I forgot I even had that quest. Oh, man.
You've earned a reprieve 100 times over. So go on. Step away from here and head wherever you like. But if it were me, I'd choose somewhere warm.
Game, please stop telling me to take a break. Okay. Like, god damn, that's been a motif, hasn't it? Oh, this whole quest arc started with that.
I was thinking of taking a break anyway.
The hell's a break?
Far be it from us to go against such a heartfelt request. Though I would be lying were I to say matters here wouldn't weigh on our minds.
We could take a leaf out of Zero's book and roam about for a while. Maybe visit nations who share little history with Garlemald. Look for opportunities to foster future relations. We might learn something of recent foreign affairs that has escaped our notice.
Billy Darkrai. Work is my passion.
As an independent party, we would be well suited to the task. An excellent idea, Alize.
Well, that hardly sounds like a rest at all.
To us, it is the best kind of rest. Stimulating and meaningful.
Yeah, that reminds me, when I take a break after Arceus, because I've already committed to that, it will not be a long dark or a short dark or a medium dark, because darks by definition are when I do more work than when I'm streaming. I will not be working on the rewrite, I will not be working on theaters, I will not be working on any of the thousands of little tiny things I have to do with regards to the website, or the spreadsheets, or maintenance, or taxes, or any of that crap. It's just going to be a break. So FYI.
If it's settled, then let's return to Charlian and consider our options. What about the rest of you? Do you have any plans?
We're indebted to Lord Fortuneau and his colleagues for their cooperation. 'Twould be meet to report on the outcome of our mission.
Okay, I might do my taxes, but that's just to get ahead of it. And I could work on everything else instead.
Upon arriving, let us seek out Athales at the rostra and have her notify Father.
No, we have a public pool. I can't do public pools. Although, speaking of which, I do plan to do a bunch of roulettes during that break. So, FYI. For anybody who cares. But I committed to the Arceus run starting today, so that break will have to wait until after Arceus. God, it's the most horrifying thing in the known universe. Behold its glory. What is that weapon? Heaven's word. I like Estinian's comment. I've lost count of how many times I've come here, but apparently it's enough that the immigration officials no longer interrogate me. Oh, sleep, Darkrai. Goku over here. Hey, Act. Apologies to have kept you. I trust you on objective. Skalak Monty also attends. My incorrigible children. Were you not assisting with Garlemald's construction? Our hosts were most insistent we take rest, and so here we are. But more importantly, Lore has news. Yeah, so I saved another world. Also this one. Again. Twice. Harnessing light for the first, a technological triumph that could have ended in catastrophic failure. Let us not dwell in hypotheticals. Like the ether from the Isle of Ham, you employed the light for peaceful, albeit unanticipated purposes. Knowledge exists to serve the greater good, as my father was fond of saying. I'm inclined to agree in this instance. It's been established that world-ending crises and the reflection are connected to calamities in the source. As such, the strides you made in an understanding in the nature of and effecting a change in a reflection may one day prove vital for mankind's preservation. The Forum will be eager to review your accounts thoroughly, for every drop of water serves to swell the great river of knowledge. Might we prevail upon you to prepare a comprehensive report, Y'shtola, on the subjects of the Void and Crossdrift travel both? It would be my pleasure. I will share these tidings with those who aided you, Kokol Dankol least of all. Now, if you'll excuse us, we must be on our way. I shall be glad to speak with you both later. Whatever happened to, I disown you and I hate everything? I believe there is a new race for for Dawn Trail. I have no idea if there was a new race for Endwalker. Apparently male Vieira. There you go. Okay, I swore mentally I'd stop joking about this specific thing, but Alize just said, "You're welcome at our home. Mother, for one, would be thrilled to have you." Just gonna leave that there. With that, our obligations here are concluded. Oh, Nidana, what news from Thavnir? They've returned then. Wonderful. Rest assured, all is well with us too. Is that so? We would be honored, of course. I will relay to the others. A great feast will be held at Radzat-Han to celebrate Ashdaya's homecoming. We've all been invited. I'm afraid my sister and I must decline. Ella just returned home. To leave so soon would be inconsiderate to our parents. With regret, I too must excuse myself from attendance. A prior commitment requires that I must remain in Charlayan for a time. Yeah, we're gonna stay for about 4 months for the last patch. I've no plans in particular. Count me in. I may as well visit the Radiant Toast while I'm there. How about you, Laura? I have to make a delivery to the first. But then I'll come. Of course, the Memorial Crystal. To be remiss of us not to deliver it promptly to our friends. Are we not studying that first? Oh my god. Alright, whatever. I'll give you my spirit vessel to take in. When you arrive in the Crystarium, the sentry at the tower should be able to round up everyone for you. Okay. Does she just keep that on her? I mean, actually, it makes a lot of sense that she would. Hang on, he's going back to the first. Here's my spirit crystal. Can you just hold on to it, okay? Just hold on to it at this point. Yeah, let's throw it into the... Oh, my God. What is Pillars of Snow wearing? What is that? That's a badding. That's what that is. I think that's the same outfit, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Dyed differently, but yeah. Alright, let's go twine this in. I am in a bit of a hurry, and I still have to do the audit. Although the good news is I've done all the prep work for the audit. This morning, I was thinking, okay, what paperwork do I still need to get done? And the answer was none. I'm actually caught up on paperwork, go figure. For this run, anyways. Yeah, by the way, get your guesses in You may guess for just the Endwalker golden number and or the FF14 number. I will accept both and will be counting both separately. You have...
Oh, yes. The king has already shared what they glimpsed in the source. The day is won, and the danger past.
I would say you have about half an hour before I really cut it off, because we've got, like, cutscenes galore left in one whole patch. But I'm probably going to cut off the guessing game soon, so I'll give you about half an hour.
Hearing the tidings lifted a great weight from my shoulders. Never before had I taken on such a monumental request.
Small though it was, we are glad to have played a role in saving the Exarch's home. And yours. Furthermore, the endeavor served to reaffirm the bond between the peoples of Norvrant. Nurturing this bond, we will strive to be an example for the world Zero aspires to restore.
Endwalker and the whole game, Triaxia. Two things.
Is that a Memoria crystal? I can feel it. The tremendous darkness within.
I've decided not to review it, Mr. Red.
Using darkness from the void to restore balance to this world. If such a thing could be done!
Well, well. Though night has returned to our world, darkness cannot arise of its own accord, much less in abundance. But if it could be brought here in like manner to how we channeled light to the void, it may well be possible to restore the empty in its entirety.
I'm sure the ancients would appreciate being used for such purpose.
That spirit vessel with you? If so, I beg you loan it to me for a time. I would use it to investigate a way to have the tower receive rather than send energy. Thank you. I shall commence my work at once, in concert with Unu Kalhai, and rigorously explore the possibility.
I too need to explore new possibilities for my powers. My recent experience at Nabatha Reng has taught me that. To that end, I will set aside botany for a time, and focus instead on myself. Knowing Zero is out there, doing her utmost to restore her own world, it inspires me to redouble my efforts.
There you are. I waited and waited, but you never came. What have you been doing here?
Well, I guess that answers that question.
Gaia!
Oh. Do I know you?
We promised to go for coffee biscuits.
Ugh. I never agreed to anything of the sort. Besides, coffee biscuits are old news. I'd rather try something else.
Her actress is so much older than her model.
What? I thought you liked them too. Well, no matter. The second serving has something for every taste. So let's just go.
Enough about that. What were you talking about?
Oh god, you're right. Elidibus had the same problem.
Harnessing darkness from the void. Now there's an idea.
Of course, if you're dealing with darkness, Reen alone won't cut it. Next time, call on me as well, alright?
Look, I wanted to, but the game was like, nah, she doesn't exist. I am glad the game actually acknowledges that Gaia exists, though. I think that the Crystal Tower was kind of breaking open the gate on that, metaphorically speaking. I've noticed a similar pattern over in WoW. They'll do something and it's kind of like a test bed for them trying out new stuff, you know? And then they do it more, and then they do it more. Now, who's ready for a party? And yeah, poor Una, I can't pronounce his name. Just... That was what, Heaven's Word? No, this is all Endwalker, Luke. 1 second, please. While I'm here... Yeah, it's you. We should start it today, but honestly, at this point, I shouldn't bow to that act, because who knows. The idea is to start it today, though. Yeah, I imagine 6.55 will be epilogue territory. Well, if someone who isn't me could toss you an invite, that would be awesome unlocked, since I'm actually incapable of sending invites on Twitch. I don't know which of these is more terrifying. I don't know, Esmira Star. What's the password? Oh my god, they've got kebab and naan? For real, have you ever had good kebab with naan? Because, oh. Pretty much any of the mods can send Discord invites. The only reason I can't is because I can't send whispers on Twitch. No, the password is FF6 is the best game ever made.
It cannot be.
Yes, your little brother's dead.
Oh, Vashan, my darling little brother. To think that I will never see you again.
Actually, I did, Von Falkenstein. This is double-sized. The normal size is half of this.
The way you carry on, anyone would think he was actually your brother. Save your tears now. His Excellency still has one of his eyes. And he has made it clear he intends to continue using his vessel. You'll see Varshan again. Never fear.
Truly? But will it be the little one?
Oh my god.
Personally, I prefer the adult vessel. It cuts a gallant figure and has superior functionality besides.
Look at how Y'shtola is holding her wine glass, by the way. It's so Y'shtola.
Bah. I don't care about such things. My little brother is little and adorable.
Sisters, give me strength.
'Tis a fine thing being so loved.
Creep face, go home. You're drunk. Interesting.
Had enough of the revelry, have you?
You know me. I'm not a party person.
So, what's next for our hero?
A trail of sunset, I think? I don't know, I'm workshopping the name.
No need to decide just yet. You'll recall our escapades in the void began with a treasure map I paid entirely too much gil for.
Yep. Please never buy anything ever again, Estinian.
You can't force an adventure. It'll happen when it happens. And you'll know when the time is right. Till then, it's good to lend an ear to others and their tales. And speaking of others...
Discussing each other's plans, are we? Alas, I have nothing exciting to share. I foresee an extended confinement in my Sharlayan chambers, compiling my theories on cross-rift travel. My research may be classified, prohibited by the powers that be.
Come on, there we go.
But so long as a bond exists between people, ever shall our worlds be connected. As it stands, a means to travel to the first is within reach, and I would be satisfied even should my research not exist in an official capacity. And what of you, Estinian? Have you any plans?
Yep.
He never was one to stay put for long, though I've no doubt he will make himself known when needed.
I mean, Estinian's already Batman. Oh, it's so cute. It was a lively feast, was it not? It impressed upon me here. Let me make sure that that is in view. How dear Vitra is to his people. As much as I would like to linger, 'tis past time I took my leave. If you made it about as well, I suggest you call upon Vitra before heading out. And before I forget, thank you for everything we learned and for everything we accomplished. I couldn't be more grateful. Till next time, take care. Yep, there's this weird thing. It draws me to it. All it would take would be one council command, and I would be done with it forever. Permanently gone from my map. setting something up in the background here. Lest you wonder, I've chosen to use this vessel for now. Better to escort my sister about Radzahan. This leaves my true form without an eye, but I do not anticipate needing of it in the immediate future. Long have I dreamed of showing Ajdaya my beautiful city, a glittering jewel born of unity, and I shall relish every moment of it. I believe both Y'shtola and Justinian have embarked. Have you yourself business elsewhere? If not, remain as long as you like. Should aught of import arise, we will inform you, but until such a day arrives, I bid you take your ease. Expansion technically complete. Meanwhile,
Everything appears to be in order. Oh, finished at last.
why is it not capturing properly? I'm sorry, one moment. I apologize. It's being really dumb, and I need it to be visible so I can actually set this up there.
So time-consuming. How nice would it be to have a mammoth to handle such tasks?
So make one. Or build one, or buy one, or ask me for one. I can make those. I'm a goldsmith.
Let's have a look at you. Quite old, this letter. We'll need to store it carefully.
Sweet, Omega Legion.
Addressed to Grandfather, and come all the way from Tuliolal. From a Gulu... someone. Oh, the ink's too faded. Hardly anything is legible. Come on, give me something. A commission to investigate the Golden City in Tural. How odd. No one ever mentioned such a commission, nor have I seen any records. Something else in here. What an unusual earring. How does it relate to the petition, I wonder? Oh, did you go there, Grandfather? To the Golden City in Tural?
Back again already, after making a show of leaving. Well, this is it, Charlene. Quite a far cry from Tuliolal, yes? Come, let's go and find your candidate. Our adventurer friend.
That's funny as Miristar. We don't have the model ready yet, so here's some legs. There's a message from Cryle. And goodbye. But we're actually going to do one other thing first. Lore, I have wonderful news. Thanks to your tireless deliveries, we're now overwhelmed with orders. Mistress Tataru's plan was a success. There's another shipment sent. I don't think I've packed so many pulses in my life. Hello there, you. No, I'm not socially awkward. Who are you? My apologies. Allow myself to introduce myself. My name is Hazdad. Like so many Hunnish refugees, I left my home in Palakistan and came to Charlayan during the final days. You saved my life more than once. Yeah, but literally everybody can say that at this point. I've been working at Taru's boutique with Mejdina and Bob, albeit behind the scenes. It's rare I have an occasion to visit the Stormfront. An unfortunate side effect of the constant demands on all our staff, though I think we would all agree the hustle and bustle is for the best. Don't you wonder what we'll do once the samples have served their purpose? Our equipment is crafted to last, which is wonderful, of course, but also means our customers are not like to review replacements for some time. Therefore, if we're not constantly receiving new customers, our good fortune will eventually sour. No, what we need to invent is planned obsolescence. Mistress Tataru isn't so foolish as to have not anticipated such things. I'm sure she's already coming up with new and exciting products to offer our existing clients. Yeah, by the way, that is exactly how planned obsolescence came about. And it is a plague, let's be very clear. Actually, I had an idea of my own, for a new product, I mean. In fact, I presented it to Mistress Tataru just the other day. A new uniform to outfit the academics and researchers of Charlayan. How enterprising. And what'd she say? Well, she seemed hesitant, which I can only interpret as a reluctance to hurt my feelings with explicit rejection. Then she told me to look into it further and draft a formal proposal for review. That's wonderful, Mejdina. When she said look into it further, did she mean for you to conduct some matter of market survey? Academics? Researchers? Just so. But, well, some are involved in such sensitive work they prefer that simply approaching them is out of the question. Which is to say my petition to enter Labyrinthos was denied. Instead, I decided to try the studium. A secretarial mammoth was only too happy to schedule a meeting with an academic representative. But now that it's come down to it, I'm feeling ill with nerves. If it was on Mistress Tataru's behalf, it would be different, but this is my initiative. My idea. I'd offered to accompany you, but I have to mind the counter. Perhaps you could offer Mejdina your support. Oh, thank you. Can I come as well? I'd like to start thinking of what supplies we'll need for our artisans once your plan is approved. Of course, to the studium. I was about to say, how much are we getting paid? Because we are functionally an intern in these. Speaking of, let's get our intern outfit going. There we go. Oh, I think I actually have to be a... No, I can do this as a non-real class. Perfect. Perfect. There's just Darth Vader. I mean, like I could just walk in. Hello, I am here to speak to you about a proposal. And this is like really mild compared to some of the horrifying stuff you have in this game. Although, frankly, I think my actual healer gear would be more intimidating. But no, we're gonna go with this. No, he turbo did von Falkenstein, as he should be. This building might well be a temple for how austere it feels. Glad I have your company. I was told this person would be meeting us here. I'm sure they'll be along shortly. Perfect intern outfit. Hello, representative from Totaro Taro's boutique, I assume. Are you going to acknowledge that I've done your quests? Lord, what a pleasant surprise. Well, I suppose your presence should merit no shock at all, given the breadth of your generosity. Yay. Ever so pleased to make your acquaintance. My name is Majdina. I'm ever so obliged to you to making time to speak with us. Kialiapa, at your service. And there's no need to stand on ceremony, I assure you. Most of our academics are far more concerned with their research than pleasantries. Admittedly, to their detriment at times. Anyway, how may I help you this evening? I need your pancreas for science! Really? My pancreas for science, you say? I myself am ill-equipped to offer an authoritative opinion on the matter, so permit me to arrange some meetings with faculty representatives. Make yourself comfortable in the auditorium while I go and summon a few of our more personable personnel. I am ill-equipped to offer pancreas because I already ripped it out! Well, in the Faculty of Archaeology, we spend much of our time traipsing about ancient ruins, which often ends up ruining our clothes, if you'll pardon the pun. An outfit durable enough to handle extended use would be welcome, but it would need to be lightweight, breathable. Equatorial deserts can be most taxing. But then again, you'd be surprised just how many relics are hidden at the bottom of lakes, and northern waters can get quite chilly. As it stands, my colleagues and I throw on any old thing for our fieldwork. Whatever we have on hand that is suitable for the conditions, with the understanding it may need to be disposed of afterwards. Poor Borak works his fingers to the bone as it, and if Professor Namono caught me shopping for fancy clothes instead of interns, he'd be the one dressing me down. Misplaced priorities, never mind the tight budget. No, this is what you were hoping to hear, I realize. Well, thank you for your candor. It's true, new kit can be expensive. We must ensure our prices stay affordable. No, bad mentality. You need to make sure your quality is good so that it's worth the price. Don't try to make cheaper products. The ideal outfit for astronomers? Wait. Jaromir mentioned something about fashion recently, when we were stargazing. What was it? 'Tis not the clothes that make the man, but the man that makes the clothes. Yes, very lovely and poetic, but I haven't the foggiest what it means. I suppose we astronomers often conduct our celestial observations from locales remote and subsequently chilly, you know, mountaintops and the like, so something warm? If warm is truly their only requirement, I think it's safe to say this is the opposite of an untapped market niche. The Faculty of Medicine has strict requirements for dress on account of hygiene regulations. Fabrics that are resistant to stains and possess antibacterial properties are a must, for example. Additionally, we students of nutritional sciences must vigorously dart about the kitchen, so dressing for comfort is nearly as essential as cleanliness. And if it were fashionable enough to perhaps inspire others to follow in our footsteps, all the better. Indeed, style is an essential ingredient, like the perfect loaf of Merwin bread. The ideal outfit should not only embody practicality, but leave all who behold it a feeling of aesthetic satiety. Satiety. There we go. We require no such clothing in the Faculty of Anthropology. We make all that we require right here. Rather, Professor Tankin prefers to do so, that he may better understand how necessity begets innovation. I can't say I completely agree with the logic, though I suppose I've grown to appreciate his sense of aesthetics now that the Professor and I are... but this has little bearing on your project. Not long ago, an outfit that ameliorates ether sickness might have been my answer. However, thanks to the Faculty of Medicine's miraculous, if experimental treatment, I no longer have such a need. What's more, I don't know if I could bear to don anything but this professorial gown. At least for now. I worked so hard to earn it. Yeah, I spent a while getting that outfit, too. The Alexander robe. Thank you for being part of the show, Flagant. I will put it towards STO. Well, how'd it go? I don't know, to be honest. Everyone had such different preferences. I'm not sure it's possible to satisfy them all. That's because it isn't. Fair concern, the studium faculties are filled with opinionated individuals, each with their own peculiarities. Additionally, our academics spend much of their time engaged in fieldwork as opposed to seminars, which further complicates stipulations of dress. In other words, our work is cut out for us. Indeed, it was naive to assume one type of uniform could account for the needs of all academics. We'd best return to the boutique. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Aliapo. I think it's a clan name, Winlock. Like Tia. And I truly thought I had a good idea. No doubt Mistress Tataro knew its folly, but had me research it regardless so I might reach the conclusion on my own. She meant well, I'm sure. See how the hardships make you strong. It's an important... I've heard that expression before. But where? Where? Perhaps in Thavnir? It comes from the teachings bestowed upon us by the old gods. Old gods?! Shink! I'm ready! I'm ready. Many of us took comfort in the words during the final days. Oh god. The Twilight's Hammer cult is going to start up because of the final days. When we call upon the divinities, it's not to beg for salvation, but for guidance. So long as we live by their teachings, there's no hardship we cannot overcome. That's a core tenet of Houndish faith that has seen us through much adversity since the founding of our nation. Yep, enjoy praying to nobody. Because as you say, yet until you did, it did not occur to me to consider how they might apply to my personal struggle. Coming to Charlotte and working with Mistress Tataro at the boutique. I had so many peoples with all sorts of cultures, but in trying so hard to accommodate their wants and needs, I fear my own heritage is becoming an afterthought. There's no shame in dedicating yourself to your work. And as we all have our limits, compromise and sacrifice are inevitable. It may surprise you, but I once aspired to become a steward. To look back at it now, it seems fanciful. Strange that we so easily let our dreams be cast aside by circumstance. I swore nothing would stand between me and my chosen path, and yet here I am. I know the divinities will guide us wherever we go. But what if we stray too far? Would I be a fool to suggest perhaps we should return to Thavnir? But Mistress Tataru's done so much for us. We cannot simply leave the boutique on a moment's notice. Maybe not, but what of our family and our friends? It is one thing for us to send money and well wishes, but I wonder if we could do more if we were just there, helping to rebuild. We haven't been back to the village since the final days, and if we're already forgetting our old lives, I don't know. I just think Mistress Tataru should know how we feel, is all. An interesting topic. A bunch of dancing people for some strange reason. Versarud says that Mistress Tataru should be stopping by soon. When I asked how she felt about returning to Thavner, she said she'd need time to consider. For my part, I think consulting Tataru will help put my mind at ease. My, what a busy counter we have this morning. Yeah, look at all these dancing people. Hasada, it's good to see you out from behind your usual shipping crates. Yes, I thought I'd come help Miss Dina with her research. We just returned from interviewing academics at the studium. About that, Mistress Tataru. Explain. Suffice it to say, their requirements were all radically different. I know I said a uniform for researchers and academics, but I'm afraid I may have deeply underestimated the feasibility of such a project. And that's perfectly alright. The important thing is to learn from what you discover, so you can retain and apply that knowledge as you continue on your entrepreneurial journey. The right idea for a new product will find us when it's ready. In the meantime, I have more samples in need of delivery, and seeing as Laura's very conveniently standing within my line of sight. 1,000 pods, Mr. Tar, but before you continue, I wish to speak with you about a personal matter. You have shown us incredible charity, which makes this all the more difficult to ask, but I wonder if I should return home to Thavner. Please do not mistake this as dissatisfaction with our arrangement. If anything, I've grown so accustomed to life in Charlayan, I fear I've begun to forget myself, my dreams, my faith, the person I used to be before I came here. Not only that, in spite of my regular remittances, I worry our village struggles to rebuild after the final days. While I live happily removed from a burden, I ought to share more. It feels disingenuous to both my home and the many kindnesses you continue to show us. I see. And do you both feel the same? I've been so devoted to my work, I haven't given much thought to return to Hastad until Hastad mentioned it, but to claim I'm not worried about the village would be a lie. While I am of similar mind to Mejdina, I must nevertheless remain here. Among other reasons, there is a project I am resolved to complete. Yeah, the little things is probably one of the better themes of Endwalker, in my opinion. There's several themes in this expansion, but that's the one that really hits with me. Very well, I'll be sorry to see any of you go, but if remaining here causes you grief, I will spare no effort to see you safely home. Which is why I've decided that our next set of samples will be delivered to Palaka's stand. Money, 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 money. Furthermore, I ask that those who wish to accompany Laura on this errand, seeing how your village fares, is no doubt the best thing for both of you right now. It'll help you understand your feelings, after which maybe we may proceed however so you desire. And should your colleagues require it, I am sure you can be relied upon to dispense the perfect advice. Mejdina, Hasdad, give everyone my regards. Then it's settled. I'll begin preparing samples at once. No matter what happens, we must finish Mistress Tataru's necklace. Are we ready to proceed with the restoration, do you think? I dare say we have enough additional materials, thanks to Laura's dedication. As for the work itself, I thought we could entrust it to the lapidary Mistress Tataro once apprenticed with. I was sort of hoping I could do it, since, you know, I'm the best goldsmith canonically. Excuse me, second best goldsmith canonically. Ever eager to contribute, fear not, I have a especially important job for you later, if you'll pardon the mystery. Let's leave the necklace in Varsarud's capable hands and join Hasdad in Scholar's Harbor. Not that Mr. Red is here anymore to... Oh, God! To hear this, but Mr. Red asked earlier if we'd be covering the Island Sanctuary at all, and I want to kind of explain the reasoning why we're not. No, actually, Blatable. Would you believe I have a list of triple positive boss fights that I keep specifically for when we do the WoW review? Hades, her Inflorescence, the End Singer, and Elidibus are the triple positive boss fights. And Ceromus. So I suppose I should add that to the list. Which Elidibus? The only one that matters. But no, the one back in Shadow Bringers. But yeah, so there's actually, obviously there's a lot of reasons why the Island Sanctuary isn't really feasible for a review, but the simplest and most obvious is structurally, it's another daily. Yeah, it's another, Beast Tribe, excuse me, that's what I meant. What is that? What is this? What is this? Hello, Yoshi P. Oh my god, yeah, you just get to sit there. I see a quest and it offends me. But yeah, no, it is. It is a daily Beast Tribe rep grind kind of thing, and we pretty much skip all of those. That's also going to be true over in WoW. There are precious few exceptions to that in the WoW review. And in both cases, the exceptions that I have planned are content that really, really, really should be done on camera because it's literally MSQ. Anyways, after a long, exhausting journey through the frozen waste after surviving those horrid beasts, Mistress Tataro was a warm beacon of light. Working at the boutique has helped us to rebuild our lives, but I will never forget that feeling of powerlessness. Should I have stayed in Palakistan and tried to defend my people? Was I a coward to flee? Is it a betrayal to my home and to myself to remain there? I can't stop thinking in circles. Anyway, I'm glad for this opportunity to better understand where my heart truly lies. All will be well, I'm sure, but we must be off lest we miss our connecting flight. It's going to vary based on expansion, Omega Legion. If you remember, Pathfinder was actually pretty smooth and solid in Warlords, specifically. In Legion, it was okay. In BFA, it was pretty freaking bad. In Shadowlands, they split it up into multiple Pathfinders. We're back. We're truly back in Thavnair. Is Radzatan always this grand? I can't believe we lived so close, yet rarely made the trip. Remember how it was? Village duties kept us all too busy for travel. Defending pilgrims was trying enough for stewards even before the final days. I wonder how many temple roads are still traversable. If those at Radzatan struggle to travel for worship, our feelings of estrangement may be more common than we think. Since we've come all this way, would you mind terribly if Hasdad and I toured the city on our own? Yeah, sure. Do what must be done. Yeah, BFA's Pathfinder was awful. Consequently, did you even know Dragonflight has a Pathfinder? It's so vestigial, because you get Dragonflying pretty much right out the gate. But if you do actually want to go get Pathfinding, you can. Yeah, it's really, really simple. It's like do MSQ, explore every zone, and like one other thing. God, I don't know, Omega Legion. Home at last. Yes, home. I can finally breathe again. Let's go find the Elder. Yeah, also, exploring zones with dragon flying is just less egregious than it has ever been. Because you have dragon flying. Elder! Azdad Majdina, how wonderful to see you again. I have been so worried. Tell me, how is life in Charlayan? Are you being treated well? Oh yes, Elder. Our employer, Mistress Tataru, is the kindest of businesswomen. In fact, she arranged for us to accompany Lore on his errand here, so we might enjoy some time at home. That's good of her indeed. I am relieved you're being looked after. You are ever a guardian to our people. Thank you for seeing these children safely home. Now then, what is this errand you speak of? We want to sell you stuff. Here's some free samples. Drugs? I love drugs. I can forget the final days now. The trip's going bad! Sorry. Everything seems as ever was. Indeed, with support of the Radiant Host and the funds you and others have sent, we've regained much of the peace we once knew. Thank the sisters. Still, there was something I wish to speak with you about, Elder. You're worried your heart grows distant from Thavnir, that you've wandered too far from home. But my child, it is only right you should wander, that you should roam. Your heart's connection endures no matter where you go. You think of us yet fondly enough to visit, yes? And send us what gil you can spare, do you not? Gestures, perhaps, but not true commitment. Should I not be here with all of you, working to restore our village? There's no restoring our village. Without those we lost, Balakistan will never be what it was. We must instead do all we can to become a new village with a new future ahead of us, although the particulars of our path are not yet clear to me. How so? Ours has always been a settlement of stewards, as you well know, tasked with the protection and preservation of Thavnir's sacred sites. But we've seen our roads shaken, our temples defiled. The material's not always within our ability to protect. What is everlasting is our faith, the bonds between our people and the divine. Through the old teachings, we remind ourselves of life's meanings. Yet, if we wish to ensure our traditions remain for generations to come, should we not strive to do more than maintain our temples until pilgrims deign to visit? But I do not wish to tire you with an old man's musings. Surely there are other ways of ensuring that people remain connected to heritage and to faith. All I need is the right idea. The right product to sell. Yes, let's market religion. That cannot possibly go badly. How foolish I was to think the answer would be so simple. I would come home, roll up my sleeves, help restore the village. I would find fulfillment. Alas, not all that was lost can be reclaimed. Our people face a new struggle, but perhaps by discovering new ways for the village to fulfill its duty, we might yet help our community by being attacked by frog people. Exactly. Or, sorry, turtle people. Like the Elder said, surely our experiences in Charlayan have given us a unique perspective. Not to mention Lore's extensive knowledge of the world. I'm sure that between the three of us, we could come up with a brilliant plan. Have you heard about televangelism? That's what I thought. Oh my god! And no, I didn't, von Falkenstein. Listen, all I'm saying is we could make a fortune, Reggie. Excuse me, I couldn't help but notice that beautiful equipment you delivered to the Elder. As a weaver who crafts armor for our stewards, I would love to hear more about its origins. Created in cooperation with guilds across the world, I must have a closer look. The final days exposed the limitations of my skills. Traditional Thavnarian techniques alone did not suffice. I am eager to hone my craft by studying the work of foreign artisans. Artisans. Odd. Alas, I would require a surplus of coin as well as available product. As a village sustained by donations and remittances, it would be hard-pressed to afford anything so expensive, even if the suppliers were willing to venture this far into the jungle. What? Oh my god. Sorry, one moment, please. Well, hello there. Staying a while or passing through? Talking to the robe, or the drapery. Our recovery has been slow but steady, although I am concerned for those who still struggle with wounds our healers cannot cure. The final days may have passed, but grief and trauma are not so easily overcome. Or ever, for those who accept them as constant companions. Ours is a tightly knit community, but I worry for those in the capital and abroad. I imagine it's difficult for them to honor the old teachings as they labor far from home. Oh my god, we're gonna do it. We're going to capitalize on religion. That's where this is going. Vision Hazdad and Mejdina, accompanied by our savior. Welcome home, welcome home. True, we're a bit short-handed these days, but we managed nevertheless. While there's a happiness in being reunited with our young ones, we're just as happy knowing you were walking your own path, no matter where it leads. I remember Hazdad couldn't wait to become a steward when he was little, but as far as I'm concerned, sending aid from afar is just as praiseworthy as tending the temples. Times are changing, and who's to say this cannot be another form of stewardship? A steward who helps from afar. I never consider that. Seeing everyone so eager to help one another makes me more determined than ever to contribute. I was about to say, guys, I've got this great idea. We'll call it an indulgence. Now, hear me out, hear me out. Everyone's worried that they don't have time to come make the pilgrimage to their various religious locations. So, instead of making the time-consuming and costly and difficult and dangerous trip to their religious spot, instead they pay an indulgence, and then that does the equivalent of it. It counts. Send the summoner. You got it! Stay away from the summoner! It's been a while. Yes, but we made it. I'm home, mother, father. At Perusa, we may commune with the spirits of the departed. Neither Mejdina's nor my parents survived the final days. I told them about how you saved us and that we're doing well. I know they'll rest easier for it. If they died to being turned into blasphemies, then no, they won't. I probably shouldn't tell you that, though. Forget I said that. Just repeating information here. What would Tataru do? Well, she always put great store in collaboration and partnerships. Yeah, pull up the mind wiper. So what if Palakistan went into a partnership, perhaps with the boutique itself? If the boutique sold wares the village produced, our people would have a reliable revenue stream. But what can Palakistan offer? Amulets and talismans, images of the deities. We're doing it! We're doing it! Get your necklace here. Symbols of the ancients. And of religious figures. Money, 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 money. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. Moving on. I'm happy that the village has an export, but does it have to be this? So what's your call, buddy? I will return to the boutique. One day I will come home to stay, but for now I wish to do all in my power to help our village thrive, and soon we will crush Radzat-Han in eternal warfare. It'll be a religious war, of course. Yes, I always recommend starting with FF4. However, the irony is FF4 has 8 distinct versions of the game. And all of them, when I say distinct, I'm not counting the versions that are mostly the same. All 8 of those versions have noticeable variances with each other. Having said that, I usually recommend playing the 3D version on easy as my personal recommended preference for how to start the FF series. I admit the battle FPS just doesn't bother me. I don't know. So if 15 FPS battles bothers you, then yeah, don't play the 3D version on Steam. If it doesn't bother you, play the 3D version on Steam. Also, just to put this out there, you can mod either the Pixel Remaster's music into the 3D version, or the 3D version script into the Pixel Remaster. Both of those are possible. It's also really easy to do, because it's straight file replacing. I should mention there is an FPS mod for the FF4 3D version on PC, but the thing is, all it does is double the FPS, which happens to double the speed. So, keep that in mind. The original Sapphire, the black pearl from the Ruby Sea, the rose shell of Wurlet, a length of Bachi leather, and a singular necklace for symbolizing Mistress Tataru's past and present. The sisters, what a remarkable gift. I should also recommend the 3D version of FF4 is by far the hardest version of all the versions. Now, that's why I usually recommend people play that version on easy, because there is a easy difficulty you can select. Okay. We're proposing a new line of products to help our people feel closer to their roots. So in honor of Mistress Tataro's roots, I would have you inscribe the symbol of Nald Thal into the back of the pendant. Done. Level 90 goldsmith, baby. With painstaking effort and unwavering focus, you engrave the symbol of the traders onto Tataro's necklace. Any who behold it will surely know beyond a shadow of a doubt that this final flourish was the product of your heroic hand. I'm sure she'll adore it. Our work is finally done. I've just received word from Mistress Totaro. She should be arriving in Scholar's Harbor soon. Let's go meet her. I wasn't expecting a personal escort from the docks, although I dare say I could grow accustomed to it. How was your time in Palakistan? Did you find it worthwhile? So while they do have interest in our equipment, matters of recovery are their greatest concern at present. Recovery, yes, but also growth. Yes, we must have more growth. Okay, you're doing this on purpose at this point in game. Yep. So here's our suggestion. It's what we've already said. Yep, it's what we've already said. Just repeating stuff here. Product that embodies Thavnir's spiritual beauty to be shared with the whole world. Why the boutique should offer nothing less. Though we've made wonderful progress with our samples, I believe it's time for a change of pace. And handcrafts born from a heartfelt desire to celebrate one's culture are bound to resonate with others. Yes, let's monetize. I'm done. We're done. Yep. You're gonna go. You're gonna facilitate. I will stay here if you'll have me. With pleasure. If you would not be untoward, we would like to present you a small token of our appreciation for everything you've done for us. Now, the moment Totaro starts talking about shareholders or a board, we're screwed. Rest assured, I graciously accept all offerings of praise and adoration, especially ones as fine as this. But how queer. The sapphire looks remarkably like the one my... Lore? Is this my mother's sapphire? Look, I put the symbol of Nald Thal on the back. I'm not picking that option. It's hers. It's really hers. Never in my life did I imagine I'd see this jewel again. It was part of a family heirloom. When my mother was married, she received it from her mother. How her eyes sparkled when she spoke of one day giving it to me, I'll never forget. But when Father's business failed, we lost everything, and that was the last I saw of it. Though your heirloom did not survive in its entirety, Master Pippin managed to recover the sapphire, and from there we collected parts from clients during the sample deliveries and commissioned the necklace you now hold. I think that Laura often did receive mysterious gifts on those visits, so that's what that was about. Time after time, I am reminded that a fortune in coin promises only a fraction of the wealth that friendship provides. When my family lost its last skill, I became a lapidary's apprentice. And that's how I met a miner named Vinfilia. We hit it off instantly, chatting every time she brought in gems for appraisal. One day she came not with her usual haul, but an invitation to join the Path of the 12. The rest, as they say, is history. One serendipitous meeting that led to so many others that led to so many adventures. It saw a poor girl reunited with a priceless memento. Our teachers say if there is more ugliness than beauty in this world, to live is to suffer. We never need suffer alone, and what is more beautiful than the bonds we share with one another? Indeed, it is these connections that give meaning to our lives. Hear that, loners? You're worthless! Connections for which I am too grateful, and thus compelled to advise that we must return to the Agora. The counter remains unmanned, and we mustn't neglect our clients. Quite right, quite right. Back to work with the lot of us. We've got new products to plan. Unfortunately, yes, Anarcho. On behalf of the entire boutique, allow me to thank you for all you've done. I'm ashamed to admit that in our excitement to prepare Mistress Tataru's surprise, Varsarud and I failed to prepare something for you. That sounds like the key for Mistress Tataru! Very soon, Laura will no doubt embark on another journey to the corners of the world, as he is wont to do. So to wish you well in making of new friends, and to remind you of those who will always hold you in their hearts, I have prepared bespoke chocobo barding, crafted with love by one Tataru Taru. God damn it, I don't even use my chocobo. Except as a bank. Can I put this on my Magitech armor? I dare say the boutique will be embarking on its own adventures in the coming days, and with true adventure invariably comes tribulation. With your compassion, resourcefulness, and reliability, I have every confidence we will succeed in our respective endeavors. To higher returns of both coin and camaraderie. For the greater growth! Oh, and don't think just because you're running off to the other side of the world that I don't intend to solicit your future involvement, Lore. You won't escape me that easily. I actually have a nice barding for my chocobo. I just never use it. For the stonks. Okay. I don't know where my chocobo button is. It's been too long. Companion. Aha! No, but like, how do I... I tried using it. Okay. It didn't do anything when I tried to use it last time. Whatever. That was the first thing I tried, was using it. It was like, nope. If you haven't gotten your guess in, this is your last chance, by the way. I'll give you 10 seconds. That should be plenty. A warm and hearty welcome to you, Lore. I gather you received our message. Please wait here while I fetch Kryl and Graha. Thank you for coming on such short... Oh my god! Forgive us for... She put down her hood. Thank you forgive us for sending you so soon after your trials in the Void, to say nothing of your grueling battle with the 12. We aren't actually the ones who require presence, but Erenville. He stopped by recently and asked us to reach out to you on his behalf. Okay. I imagine you're as surprised as we are, given he was supposed to be away on a long expedition. She's not allowed to have hair. All he would tell me is there's someone he wishes Lore to meet. Also, oh my god, it is Kryl's haircut, I just noticed that. I also mentioned that we would be attending business to the studio. Shall we look for him there? I mean, it makes sense, Blade Javal, it's just... Took me a moment to really process.
Erenville!
Apologies for the wait. I hope I haven't called you away from anything important.
Nah, I just saved the world again. Twice. In more than one world. Anyways, what's up?
I chanced upon some commissioned items at my destination, so I thought I might deliver them.
Where did you go, if I may ask?
The New World. Tural.
You went to Tural? Then the person who you wish to introduce...
Aye, she hails from there. I present to you...
Nobody, apparently.
But it seems you've lost her.
Did she wander off?
Legs.
Sorry. It's just so different here. I can't help but want to explore.
Well, while you were exploring, your candidate came to us. This is him. The adventurer you crossed the seas to meet.
Ooh, you weren't exaggerating. It's plain he's no ordinary man. I'm Uklamat, claimant to the throne of Tulihuela.
That's almost creepy looking. It's not actually creepy, it's just the detail variance in her face is so immediately apparent For those of you who played WoW while WoW was coming out, you remember back in Pandaria when they prototyped the new models on Garrosh. You remember that? And so there was one character in like the game who suddenly had really high, high resolution models in mesh, and everyone else was like, "Rrr, rrr, rrr." It was just weird. And the Pandarans, because the Pandarans were actually the first. But point remaining.
Tuli Yolol.
It's Tural's governing nation. The capital bears the same name.
I'll get to the point. I want you to come with me to my homeland.
Given the magnitude of the request, perhaps you should explain why you're making it?
Of course, of course. Soon, an event of great import will be held in Tural. The Rite of Succession. Taking the form of a contest, it will determine who next ascends the throne. As daughter to its present keeper, I will participate. And I have every intention of winning. I was searching for champions to join me when Erenville told me about you. A mighty warrior who knows no fear, who sweeps aside terrible fiends as if they were reeds, who flew to the edge of existence and saved our star.
She asked who Eorzea's greatest hero was, and so I told her. Much more elegantly, I might add.
Now you know why. You'll come to Tural, yes?
Wait, let's all just slow down. Wooklamat, was it? You claim to be of the royal family, but is it not the Mamulja who rule in Tural?
Tulihyolal is a nation of many peoples. Not only the Mamulsha, as some across the seas are quick to assume. That said, its present ruler is a Mamulsha, and one blessed with two heads besides.
What?
He's also my father. Not by blood, obviously, but he raised me as his own, and that's what matters.
So that is the way of it. My apologies if I was indelicate.
Hardly. I know little about your land, and nothing about your parentage. But in my eagerness, I've gotten ahead of myself. I can't expect you to agree on the spot when we've only just met.
I mean, you can.
If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them. Just know, though, that if it's adventure you seek, you could do far worse than come with me. No, this is only a rumor. But apparently, the contest will involve the fabled city of gold and the legendary beast, Valyarmanda.
Try talk.
Tell me that doesn't pique your interest.
Also FF6 references? Next expansion's the FF6 expansion. Confirmed!
We're going to get along, you and I.
Yeah.
Tural has no shortage of unexplored frontiers and deadly fiends. You'll never want for excitement, I promise you.
I advise you not to put much store by these rumors. Golden cities are not but a dreamer's fancy.
Says the dreamer who was bent on finding one when he was a child. Just because you failed doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Tuliolal and the Golden City. Just like in the letter to Grandfather.
I was joking anyways. I doubt they're going to do an FF6 or an FF10 expansion. Now, they might do an FF6 raid, which they've already done, or an FF10 raid, but...
Regardless of what the contest may entail, it'll be no simple thing. If I'm to triumph, I'll need capable and dependable companions.
Well, neither of those are me, so you're screwed.
So let's go on a hunt together. There's no better way to get acquainted.
Do we have to? Okay. Do I have hunt builds for the day? Yeah, I've done those in the last several years. Chance to see not only Tyrell, but Fable Golden City. This is the stuff of grand adventures. Which is not to say you should hastily accept. There's still a great deal we don't know. So let's begin by getting acquainted. Let's go kill stuff. Okay. Not sure what might be a suitable location for a hunt, however. Well, we will go to the Isle of Ham. And kill the things there. Okay, let's do it. It's not far, we'd be helping people, and we'd be killing things. Win, win, win. Nice axe, by the way. Next dungeon. Bwong. Oh, Jesus, that's going to take a moment to sort out. My apologies, I must see to preparations. Pray, go ahead to the Isle. I will join you as soon as possible. Yeah, you need to go get your brush. Now you get to wait a minute, because I gotta sort this out. There. Okay. Let's run through everyone here. Yeah, we're gonna have months of waiting soon. What is that quest? Why is there a quest here? The very existence of quests offends me. What? Why is there a quest? Ugh. Upon boarding the ship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. No, I think you're right. I think that's the relic. Crafter relic. Strange that it hadn't popped up before now.
From here, we must walk.
18.
So much.
Whoops. God damn it. So much ice.
Oh, a white bear. I wonder what it tastes like.
Remember, we're here to deal with creatures that have been deemed an unacceptable danger. Do not attack anything else unprovoked.
I know. I know.
I mean, yeah, they're polar bears.
So this is the isle where ether literally bursts forth.
Aye, the Isle of Ham. The geysers lie deep inland, however.
You really are knowledgeable. Kona told me nothing about this place.
I doubt your brother managed to come out this way. He's like to have toured facilities like Labyrinthos, however.
The great big cavern under the city. It's amazing that they could make a sky down there complete with a sun.
This brother of yours, he has been to Sharlayan.
He has. Kona's my second older brother. And until recently, he was a student in this city. He went on and on about technological amusements. It made me want to come here too one day. And so I did. I think I understood something of how he felt when I set foot in his beloved studium.
He went to the studium? Your brother must be quite a scholar. But I wonder, like you, he'd be royalty, yes? With such a personage coming to Sharlayan to receive an education would surely have caused a stir, yet I recall nothing of the sort.
He consulted with the head of the studium beforehand, that his identity might remain secret. Being Mikote, he had no trouble blending in. He's adopted like me, you see. One time, though, he almost let it slip to a professor. It was all he could do to parry the barrage of questions.
Having no shortage of questions myself, I can imagine.
Ask whatever you like. I don't mind. But I maintain, hunting together is the best way to get to know someone.
The researchers should be up ahead. Let's find them and learn what we can. The researchers should be just ahead. There! The building to the northeast.
So, ordinarily harmless creatures have grown savage.
Don't know what's got them riled up, but I'll take down any that thinks to try me. Right! Let's hunt our fill!
Does anyone remember which role quest, which blasphemy quest was in Ishgard? So I can put that under ranged. Perfect. Thank you.
Look! Someone's in trouble!
Yep. Yep.
Taste my axe!
These animals are usually so docile.
I do like delicious sheep. Goodness, you came. I take it you're the one who answered our petition. Wait, you're Lore. I was conducting a routine inspection of the transporter when I found myself surrounded. You'll find more of the same across the chasm. Once docile animals grown strangely aggressive. It's like the entire planet is slowly losing its mind from like psychic waves of hatred emanating from the moon.
You really are famous.
Yeah.
And for good reason, as you'll soon see for yourself.
Quite an interesting contraption you've got here.
There we go.
Is that our petitioner? Let's go and have a chat.
The adventurer came to answer my petition, I presume. We are most fortunate to have one of your considerable skill here to aid us. A creature of unknown origins has been sighted on the island in recent days, and we believe its presence is affecting the local fauna. The animals beyond this gate are worst affected we've encountered thus far, although we dare not go back. Your task is to quell any threats you find and search for traces of the beast responsible for all this. If you find anything at all, we would be grateful if you share it with us. Naturally, she charges out immediately.
What skill? Is that all? Come on, let's pick up the creature's trail. These claw marks. I've seen their like before. It's starting to feel like a proper hunt.
Hell, even Link has taken a back seat now and again. Although less so than Mario.
Feathers. But did they belong to the predator or the prey?
So, how do you prefer our prey? Roasted or raw?
You presume it's even safe to eat?
Yeah, look, poop.
Still fresh. Whatever this beast, it cannot be far.
Listen, of all the things they could take from WoW, did they have to take the poo quests? I firmly believe there needs to be more cross-pollination across the MMOs, but does it have to be that? Ogre-sized fists. All I'm saying.
Do you suppose they're upset we disturbed their hunting?
Who knows? If they're spoiling for a fight, they've got one.
Which one was Gosetsu in?
Let's head back and report what we found.
Ranged. Got it. So obviously, that's not Ishgard. This has to be Ishgard then. What?
Powerful wings and razor-sharp talons. Worthy prey.
Good thing, Xenos.
Ah! What is that thing?
What is that thing? What is that thing?
Need to mock me.
It speaks?
It's heading towards the falls.
I'll stay with the researchers. The creature, I leave to you.
Come, Woklamat.
Right. Just so we're clear, I wasn't startled by the beast earlier. It caught me by surprise, that's all.
Forgive me, but I failed to see a difference.
I'm getting hungry. Let's be done with this so we can eat.
Caught me by surprise! Caught me by surprise!
Think you're clever, huh? I'll rip off that beak and roast you on a spit!
Nice lady.
Talk all you like, bird. I'm going to have the last laugh. Oh, I'm going to enjoy sinking my teeth into you.
Jesus Christ, lady.
Ah, shut up already, you blasted bird!
Look out! I've never seen such an enormous colibri.
Not good. Quickly, gather together.
I am legitimately shocked that's an insta-kill. It never even occurred to me that would straight up kill us instantly for not having one person in the meteor strike. That's honestly not super well designed, especially since oh, there is a mid-mission checkpoint. Holy crap. I'm gonna crank it down, just so we can get on with this. I'm in a hurry. Yep. I'm legitimately shocked that there's a mid-mission checkpoint. I really am. So, okay, I will stop taking it correctly. Hi, Garaha. More things.
Enjoy sinking my teeth into you. Shut up already, you blasted bird!
No. You don't get to go anywhere, Garaha.
Look out!
I've never seen such an enormous colibri.
Not good. Quickly, gather together.
Hey, we didn't die instantly this time.
I've got you.
It's just... No wonder it instantly killed us. They needed to have the little cutscene. Wow.
That was too close.
That's honestly not very well designed. I'm gonna be real about that. Yeah, I'm used to Guild Wars 2, Fulcrum. Little less, forgiving than this game. Yeah, no, I don't know, Rex. The fact that, I mean, I almost feel like that was a bug. Because of how bizarre that was.
Who paid for that?
Oh, there's another cutscene. Oh, now I get to save them. I was actually just about to complain that she was going to save us a second time.
Thank you.
Literally, that was going to be the next thing out of my mouth. Oh, I'll be here when you're done. Feathers are ruffled.
Huh, that was hardly a tickle. Try this. Nothing to it. We have you now, you loudmouth bastard! And I had barely limbered up.
It was a terrible foe, but no match for your axe.
only to be expected. You were pretty impressive yourselves. I was right to invite you on a hunt. But what a curious bird that was. Though we have similar in Tural, they don't grow so big or use such dirty tricks.
Dirty tricks, dirty tricks.
Aye, dirty and despicable. Otherwise, I could have easily...
Leave this to me!
I was just waiting for that. There's your Pictomancer.
Kryl.
No, her name's Realm now.
I am terribly, terribly sorry to have kept you all waiting.
She arrived as I was seeing the researchers to safety. It was...
So this is what you meant by seeing to preparations?
After hearing of the contest, I thought how wonderful it would be to join you. In coming here, I wanted to demonstrate my skill at arms to Wuklamut. Alas, it seems I missed most of the action.
That was amazing! The piece didn't stand a chance!
I'm glad to have been of service.
May I ask what inspired this change?
You will recall the time you descended to the ethereal sea in search of Hydaelyn. Recognizing that my skills were inadequate, I chose to provide support from afar, rather than join you. It was the same when you set forth for Ultima Thule. How it pained me to stay behind, again and again. That's what inspired this change. Ever since the final days were averted, I've used every spare moment to hone my craft. As you all have adapted your methods to suit the circumstances, I started by considering how I might best contribute. And after much deliberation, I arrived at my answer.
Yeah, I noticed she's wearing the earring. Mooga.
With the esoteric art passed down by the legendary Archon realm, Pictomancy. As I recall, you have embraced versatility to effectively complement a certain someone's style. What I do is much the same. Like you, I don't want to be left behind.
Sorry, Kryl. We're leaving you behind.
Indeed. I must say, you appear to be especially keen on being involved in the ritual of succession. Is there any particular reason?
Yes, there is. This letter from Tuli Yolal.
realm, actually, than Aerith?
It was addressed to my grandfather Galuf, and turned up among the students' archives. The ink was faded, so I couldn't fully make out the sender's name. Galul, someone.
Jaja. Gulul Jaja. That's my father, the Dawn servant. What does the letter say?
While much of it isn't legible, it appears to be a request to investigate the Golden City.
A request to investigate the Golden City? From the Dawn Servant himself?
Well, well. Seems it may be more than a rumor after all.
Being a member of the royal family, it was my hope that you could confirm the authenticity of this letter.
I can say for a fact that my father didn't write this. Given how culturally diverse Tuliyollal is, it was decided some time ago that a common language was needed. But instead of elevating an existing tongue and its speakers above all others, we looked to those widely spoken overseas and created an altogether new one. The similarities to your common tongue also make it quite easy to communicate in these situations, no? This letter, however, is entirely in Eorzean. If Father had written this, it would have been in Turali. And what's more, it bears a wax seal. We don't bother with them.
So the letter is fraudulent, then?
Oh, I didn't mean to say that. My father's signature is genuine, as far as I can tell, so perhaps he simply dictated it.
I see. Oh, thank you for the confirmation. It seems my grandfather indeed had dealings with Tuliyollal. I can't help but be curious as to what exactly he was doing there. In order to help us decide on a course of action, would you mind if I asked you some questions about your home?
By all means. After all, learning about one another was the purpose of this hunt. We can talk while feasting on this fellow. I, for one, am starving.
We're eating that.
Look like a cat girl, huh? Even with wildlife pacified, researchers safe, our task complete. That just means the ladder of the meat. Well, let's see what they can cook up for us. Hey, we brought some meat, and we're just like dragging it behind us. I'm sure, was that person's name Lightning Way? It was. Oh my god. Maybe that was a title. There's a famished face. I could eat. I'm gonna have a burrito for lunch. Great. Okay. Leftovers from a new Mexican place.
Come, come. Let's enjoy the bounty of our first outing together. I'd heard that Charlayan cuisine was terrible, but this is fantastic.
You should eat that, Rex. Big ol' ham hock. He's having naan with curry, of course.
What is this? Oh, it smells spicy.
Yeah, I got the recipe from a woman named Zero. You'll like it.
Oh, come now. Since when did you become so soft? It's not like we don't have spicy food in Tural, too.
Intensely hot dishes have become popular in Razad after a traveler ordered a curry with several times the usual amount of spice.
I wonder who that could have been.
So he started offering the same in order to please the growing Harnish population here in Charlian.
I mean, yeah, speaking from personal experience, there's spicy food. And then there is spicy food. It's okay. You have meat, like, right there.
It's nothing I can't handle.
It's okay to admit it.
Boorish manners reflect poorly on the both of us. I wish you would consider your station.
I swear, sometimes it feels like you open your mouth only to criticize.
Would I be correct in assuming you've known each other for a long time?
Aye, thick as thieves since we were little.
I beg to differ. She is a long-standing acquaintance. Nothing more.
They've got poached eggs, too.
I see. I see.
All this time you were from Tural. Oh, would that I had known sooner. There's so much I'd like to ask.
You and everyone else. I've kept it quiet so as to avoid the endless interrogations.
Well, if he's going to be a miser, I'll be happy to tell you about our homeland instead.
Oh my god, look at all the leftover bones from the hawks she's already eaten on her plate. And also, if I can be, while I'm on the subject, I like the fact that they're updating the cutscene to show that fact that she's eaten her entire plate worth of food. By contrast, Kryl has taken a big chunk out of hers. Erenville hasn't eaten anything, and neither have we. Also, those paninis look really good. And the wraps, do you see them right there, right next to the eggs? To the left of the giant plate of cocks.
Since ancient times, many peoples have called Tural home, and they've been fighting each other for nearly as long.
Love a good fruit tart.
The fighting finally stopped some 80 years ago, when the reigning Dawn Servant unified the disparate communities and founded a new nation.
And that's how Tuliolal came to be.
Since then, we've enjoyed an era of uninterrupted peace.
So, naturally, it's time for that to come to an end.
But my father is getting old, and he wishes to relinquish the throne to a worthy successor. One who can preserve his legacy.
Which is probably not you, if we're being honest.
Including myself, there are 4 claimants to the throne. But while we all have the right to participate, one among us cannot be allowed to rule.
Yeah, did you notice that they updated the model of the meat as she was taking bites? It's actually kind of crude, but still impressive. you know, home, and then there's just this giant chunk gone.
A man who is too ambitious by half.
We call him Villain Man.
Word of the Garlean Empire's collapse has reached Tural. While most are simply relieved, he sees weakness to exploit and would lead our armies across the seas on a campaign of conquest.
Sweet! Let's do it. What's his name? Emperor Geshtal. Wait.
After everything my father has done to give us peace, he would drag us back into war. I can't allow it.
Oh, we'll go kill him.
I must win this contest.
No, we'll just kill him. It'll be fine.
I understand your reasons. But this being an event that will dictate the course of your nation's future, is it appropriate for outsiders like us to be involved?
Graha, we have affected the future of literally every nation that we know exists, including ones on other worlds.
Oh, it's more than appropriate. The Dawn Servant himself expressly encourages it. The ruler of Tural must navigate the intricacies of myriad cultures, and there's no better way to prove oneself qualified to do so than to work with foreign allies. That's why I sought you out. Through our hunt, I've confirmed that you're a warrior of considerable skill, but more importantly, one of good character as well. And so I ask you, will you lend me your strength and help me win the throne of Tulihualal?
I mean, I got nothing else going on.
You don't need to decide right this moment.
No, I'm good. Let's go.
But I will need you if I'm to triumph over the competition. I'll stay here as long as I can while waiting for your answer.
How about 4 months? Or actually, I don't know how long it would be. How about
In that
summer?
case, allow us to prepare a room for you at the Baldessian Annex.
That's very kind of you. Oh, and one more thing. Once we finish eating, would you mind if I took the rest of the meat?
Sure. I do like politics. And succession crises. Baba Ganoush. Traditional Thabnarian appetizer of finely chopped dark eggplant spiced with ground cumin and tantalizing hint of garlic. Caviar sandwich. It's every bite extraordinary enough to render one speechless. This sandwich incorporates eggs from the caviar sturgeon and the bird of Elpis both. Given the further inclusion of alligator pear slices, one cannot help but wonder at its inventor's obvious preference for ovoid foodstuffs. Caviar canapes. Perennial party favorites, these hors d'oeuvres feature delightfully bite-sized bread, topped with cheese, vegetables, and salted caviar sturgeon eggs. Brocco flour stew. Brocco flour slices boiled in a savory broth alongside tender poultry and root vegetables. Coming dawn. This is it. Sure. Yeah, I don't know what Brocco flour is. I actually misread it for the first time I read it and thought it said Bronto flour. I'm thinking, so it's like really, really big flour, I guess. Rax is getting lunch over there. Hey, could you grab me a sandwich, Rax, real quick, please? Thanks. Nah, I shouldn't ask that, Arax. He doesn't play a warrior after all. That's what we call a deep cut joke. Nobody in chat's gonna get that, but if you're on the VOD and you get that, you get a point. Also, here's Giga Pudding. I guess my pudding wasn't needed to stop the final days after all, but I persevere. Once people taste it, they'll be even happier than they were before the apocalypse started. I just know it. Nice outfit, Brayman. Very cool, very cool. Putting away is best way. It's impossible to adequately discuss Eorzean cuisine without speaking of the land from which many of our modern-day staples hail, the far western continent of Tural. Ogre pumpkins, ruby tomatoes, ubiquitous papato. These crops that more regularly grace Eorzean dining tables trace their origins to the New World, as the place is known to most. The tale of this culinary immigration begins in the year 1498 of the 6th Astral Era, when a Lamincent sailor named Ketenram successfully traversed the Indigo Deep to arrive at the hitherto unknown continent. Ketenram spent several moons exploring inland, and in the course of which he encountered the denizens of the sprawling nation of Mamulja. He was even granted an audience with their supreme leader, whose confidence he won along with permission to roam freely. Ketenram returned to Tural several times, but during his first expedition, he charted the land and gathered myriad root vegetables and seeds to bring back to Limsa Laminsa. The most notable of these was the papato, whose ease of cultivation and nutritional value saw it spread throughout Eorzea. Produce was far from the only bounty of his expeditions to Tural. Many tantalizing recipes, such as the bean-filled burrito, and gripping legends, such as that of the Golden City, reached our shores by way of his ship. To those outside of Ketenram's circle, Tural remains largely shrouded in mystery. A Pandaria, one might say, a mist of Tural. Many scholars, myself included, would relish the chance to immerse themselves in the culinary culture of that faraway continent. Ah! Quick, I gotta run! Gotta run! Ah! 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 Okay, I'm safe. Whew. Every land has given rise to unique wildlife, and the continent of Tural is no exception. Yet while some of her creatures have been a familiar sight in Eorzea, many more exist that are rarely seen this side of the Indigo Deep. This tome introduces a select variety of species as described in the testimonies of sailors and adventurers. Alpaca! Accustomed to Tural's craggy mountain ranges, this four-legged beastkin has been domesticated for seemingly hundreds, if not thousands of years. Their soft white fleece is highly prized by weavers, while their strong legs and sure-footedness make them capable beasts of burden. Wivra. This ferocious scalekin is native to the dense jungles of Tural. The Mamulja have succeeded in taming them and utilize their prodigious strength for manual labor. Given their immense size and power, it should come as no surprise the Wivra is also employed as a siege beast. Enemy fortifications cannot long withstand this horned brute's rampage. Tritok. Turali folklore hold that this bird-like creature is the mightiest of beasts and the very embodiment of nature's power. Whether it exists beyond myth, however, is uncertain. Let's see if Giga notices that I'm not in the book anymore. I'll give her 3 sec. Aww. What is this? It's sandwich! Thank you. Hang on. Good food is best shared. I'll share the other one with Bragan. 5 stars. Boop. If our alpaca mount is not named Dolly or Dot, I will be quite disappointed. Let us begin by comparing the geological characteristics of the 3 great continents in Tural. The former stretches east to west and lies entirely within the northern hemisphere. In contrast, the latter extends the far reaches of both northern and southern hemispheres, and the difference immediately presents itself in the form of climate variance. Shifts in climate tend to be gentler when moving east and west, but harsher when moving north to south. Owing to this, longitudinal migration is far more common in history, whether it be by men, animals, or plants. A case in point is the Allagans, who rose to power in Aldernard before advancing east into Ilzabard. Their movements would be mirrored thousands of years later by the Garleans. Meanwhile, although the disparate tribes of Tural waged war with one another for generations, stymied by climate, none could make any great headway north or south. Tribes hailing from frozen lands withered beneath desert sun, while those who thrived in open plains could not pierce dense jungle. Such was the way of it, until the leader of the Mamulja succeeded in bringing the continent under one banner. Given the land's divided history and a reason thereof, one cannot help but be in awe of this feat. Truly, it is a testament to the Autarch's greatness. I mean, the Techno City being in one of the extreme environments makes sense, because they probably need that to survive. The origins of blue magic can be traced to the esoteric practices of the Wallaki, a tribe in the distant continent of Tural. The tribe holds nature in the highest, and in seeking to cultivate a spiritual connection with it, they have learned to harness the power of wildlife around them. In exchange for teaching them the common tongue, I was permitted to live among them and train in their ways. Those days were some of the most grueling I remember, but they were tremendously rewarding. For instance, I had the privilege of visiting Lapis Canyon, the tribe's sacred grounds, so named for the cerulean deposits that well up to the surface, turning the entire canyon a brilliant blue. Under a shaman's watchful eye, I finally managed to master the Wallaki's art and make the animal's power my own. As no name existed for it in the common tongue, I took the liberty of naming it Blue Magic. The reason I chose this color, as you'll doubtless have gleaned, is for the significance it holds to the Wallaki. Well, I cannot think of a name more fitted to honor the people from whom this noble magic was born. Should you wish to read these books again, screw you! Hey, look, Rax, look. Okay. Scoured the library to your satisfaction, have you? Excellent. Well, there are a few books wholly dedicated to the subject of Tural. I dare say you found tidbits of useful information scattered here and there. But come, let us continue. The mammoths do not like chatter. Whoops. I'm keen to hear your honest impressions. I couldn't help but notice we read the same book on cuisine. I was pleasantly surprised to find references to Tural within. Did anything pique your interest? The legendary city of potatoes. Seriously, potatoes are an amazing food. In real life, obviously, but you know, also within the realm of fiction. Despite having just enjoyed a hearty meal, I found myself craving potatoes. As they keep well, they were a boon to sailors, and it was the same property that allowed them to survive the journey to Eorzea. The book also mentioned the method of preservation which sees potatoes repeatedly frozen and dried. The resulting product is apparently used in a stew. I'd like to sample that dish one day, and all the unique cuisines of that vast continent. Yeah, you and me both, buddy. World food tour, I'm just saying. But moving on, did you perchance learn aught of the fauna of Tural? Given your adventuring background, I expect the topic would interest you. We'll go with alpacas. Ah, yes, the alpaca. They're very cute. Dolly and Dot are my best friends. They carry me over the dunes of sand. Fancy running into the two of you here. Well, have some research of your own, do you? Aye, we hope to arm ourselves with the knowledge that may benefit the Garlean people. Having forged the trade agreement with Radzat Han, they'll look next to foster relations with other nations, including former imperial provinces. In view of this, we hope to find hints in history on how neighbors of differing races and ideologies might engage with each other. And what about the two of you? What endeavor brings you here this day? Listen, nobody likes a drama llama, Omega Legion. A nation composed of the disparate peoples of Tural. I dare say this is exactly what we need. We should go there ourselves. Join us. Join us. Reunion. Yep, okay, so we're getting the twins, Aaron Vol, and probably Graha. Never could rest on their laurels. Come, let's return to the annex. Yeah, Seth is just chilling in Terralic. Sup? Run! It's the most terrifying thing of all. Mr. It. There's a... Okay. I will never have time to do this. But we should totally someday make, like, a fan edit of just, like of highlights from FF7. But at every single point, it's just food related. Instead of just, instead of the actual characters, instead of the actual scenes. Like what Rax just said. So you've got, like, one of those really gigantic burritos, and I mean the kind Chipotle claims they are. I mean an actual gigantic burrito. And it's, like, almost completely eaten. And they're just like, this is what our enemy can accomplish? Oh god, I can't. So this is what we call trolling. This is actually something that World of Warcraft got rid of because of how problematic it was. Having players stand over NPCs. So they actually added a new script code underneath the interactions of the game so that NPCs always take priority over players. So if you could only interact with one, you would always interact with the NPC. They also removed the ability to mount near critical NPCs, too. For the same reason.
Oh, it's just... Despite all that we've learned, I can't help but feel we've yet to hear the whole story.
Dude, we just found out about this place like an hour ago.
What about you, my friend? Are you inclined to accept or refuse Worklamat's request?
Yeah, I don't know what that's bound to for me, Rosalisa. And I never will. I'd rather not get involved in politics. Where's my option that says, I would love to get involved in politics?
Ha! I thought you might say that. With an intrepid attitude such as yours, I believe all shall be well.
Look, that's basically all I've been doing since ARR, Yosin Corp.
There will be many trials for you to overcome at your destination. But in the course of seeing new lands and meeting new people, you'll surely find a way forward. That's what adventurers do, is it not?
It's funny you say that, Gig. If I can complain very briefly. Back when I was doing regular discussions of the Star Trek rewrite, R-Trek, one of the most common complaints people would say is that my version of Star Trek would be extremely boring because consequences of politics and culture would be a regular feature there within. So you're not alone, Giga. Don't worry.
Such a journey would be the envy of many a scholar. Distant as it is, Tural remains largely unknown to us, with only meager records to be found in Numenor. The experiences to be had, all the things you might hear, feel, and think.
Oh my god.
It's enough to stir me to the core.
Yeah, roll credits. We did it.
Life is a series of journeys, my friend. And there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another.
I want you to imagine during this big, in-depth, emotional scene, Giga's just there in her elephant suit. Camera pops over and there's just elephant.
Ah, but there's an idea. I have a matter to attend to at the Agora. Please, go on inside. I will join you shortly.
Look, we've been busy, Takota. It's been like 9 months. Come on. Give us a break. Damn it, Spike Grid. Actually, it would be really cool if they bother to acknowledge that final days wherever we go. We kind of talked about this earlier. Oh my god, it's there! The nightmare lives. Imagine for a moment that we go to one of the cities and there's nobody there. It's completely abandoned. And as we investigate the city, we find signs that they all turned into blasphemies. And they're all gone. That's the kind of thing they could do going forwards. We find some town or some village or some city that didn't make it. For just a second, I was like, are you just going to stay in the air there? Oh no, I think they should do that. It's exactly what I would do if I was writing it. No joke. Agreed, Asmira Star. The Legion, they kept talking about how the Legion invasion was worldwide, despite what we were doing, but they never really bothered to show it to us. Except for a few, Order Hall quests.
You have the look of someone who's made up their mind. Go on, then. Let's hear it.
Yeah, I've decided not to buy Dawn Trail. I'm just going to quote Star Trek here.
Then you need me as much as I need you. Together, we'll blaze new trails in Tural.
No, we literally did. It said to boldly go where no one's gone before. That's straight up what the dialogue option was.
You're not planning to leave without us, are you?
Alphino, Alize! What are you two doing here?
Well, we're the major characters for the next expansion. Along with you.
We happened to cross paths at Numenor earlier, you see, and I told them about Wuklamat. And when we fortuitously met again at the Agora just now, they expressed an interest in meeting our visitor.
Ah, you must be the twins who were sneaking after Erenville as toads.
Yes.
100 things about us you could have told her, and you chose that.
Yeah, you're fired, Erenville.
Questions last.
No, you're fired. You're fired. She's gonna kill you now.
"'Tis an honor and a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Your Highness. Alphino Leveilleur at your service, and this is my sister Alize."
Oh no, let's not do that. I really can't stand titles.
As you wish, Your Majesty.
So, you want to participate in the contest too, is that right?
Indeed we do. We've been assisting with the rebuilding effort in Garlemald. Yet while progress is being made, the question remains of how the nation might reconcile with its neighbors. We believe there is much we might learn from Tuliolal, a nation founded on unity. And in return for this honor, we would spare no effort in supporting your claim.
Should we mention to him that they're thinking about war against Garlemald and probably the provinces?
The more the merrier, I say. And I'd be keen to learn about Eorzea and Garlemald from you as well.
Having recruited so many committed and capable allies, I presume you have no need for my continued assistance?
Yeah, you go home, Erenville.
Nonsense! Like I told you before, you're indispensable.
Never mind. Can't get away from your waifu.
They're strong, aye, but strangers to our land. They need someone to guide them, to point out the dangers, and spare them grisly deaths. I can't think of anyone better suited to that task than you. What's more, despite your assertions, I know you haven't given up on the City of Gold.
Should we tell him about the actual cities, plural, of gold that we've encountered at this point in our career?
As I recall, Kryl, you were the first to state your desire to visit Tural.
Perhaps I was. Still, I can't help but worry about being away just when our order is beginning to find its feet again.
You have nothing to worry about. I haven't forgotten how you held the fort while I set off to explore Alzadal's legacy. It's only fair that I return the favor. Pray, leave the students to Ojika and me.
But, Raha...
You want to retrace your grandfather's steps, don't you? This is a rare opportunity, and I insist that you seize it.
Thank you, Raha. Thank you.
Who was Nerva?
Well, looks like it's settled. I'm counting on you all to help me win the throne.
I suppose now is a good time to show you what I spent a small fortune on at the Agora.
That's why it was there. Okay. Thank you, Asmaristar.
This, my friends, is the latest map of the world, created to celebrate our friendship with the Loporrits. Cast your eyes west of Sharlayan, for there it lies. The site of your next great adventure, Tural.
Still a lot of clouds on there. I'll let this play for a minute while I do some basic cleanup. There it is. So here's the big question of the day. You think this is going to beat Shadow? It has the advantage of its two primary raid chains not sucking. Like, I'm sorry, I love Shadow to death, but the near raids, story-wise, the near raids and the weapon raids were awful. Not 100% caught up yet. But thank you. I think I know how it's going to line up in terms of score. We'll see. How often do I think MMOs should be re-reviewed? Never, hopefully. Why do you ask? Part of the point of being so organized about my notes, the thing I've been stressing over all week, is so that it's much easier to go back and adjust the score as patches change and adjust things. Like I just said, Colgrim. I don't think Colgrim's listening to me. But it's okay. I appreciate your right to be extremely wrong. But no, it's the same thing I've heard for years. I have been actually insulted many, many times for the mere, let's call it hubris, of seeking to review the MMOs. 64. If it's not obvious, I don't agree. 64? That can't be. No, that's right. Okay. That's true. I'm not a true member of the Horde. I'm sorry, I did not at all, Van Falkenstein. Do you mind repeating it? So I can keep working here. Am I a true member of the Alliance? No, I know, Rax. Jeez, class bonuses. There's gonna be a couple of these. It's like 32. Story. Pay attention more. I know, right, Omega Legion? You're not a part of the true Horde because you're not part of the demonic Horde. Okay. Oh, yeah, no, I do think it would be nice to allow us to switch jobs in combat, although even WoW doesn't allow that. Hell, even Guild Wars 2 doesn't allow that. Having said that, I'm curious how they'd implement that. Not tech-wise, but, like, in terms of everything else. 25. 2? That can't be right. That's because it isn't. 5. That's more accurate. If you don't want... Actually, limiting it to a couple of jobs is not a bad idea. They've already dipped their toes into that concept in FF14 and in FF11. So, you know, you say, I want to be able to swap back and forth between a gunbreaker and a dancer. And so you can swap between those like that. Boom, boom. Yeah, I'm sure the real answer is tech limitations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1. Why is that here? No, that tracks. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow. 1, 2. You want to know how good Endwalker is? And I mean this with sincerity. Endwalker is the first expansion I've given any gameplay positives whatsoever to secondary quests. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, really. It is one positive. Just one. But that is still an improvement by a substantial margin. $74. Yeah, that tracks. Is Endwalker sushi? No. Shadow is sushi. Did they really? That's funny. Sorry, I can't see the screen right now. I'm trying to get this done. Trying not to rush, if that makes any sense. I have not played Last Remnant. It sounds very familiar. But it also is triggering like 3 separate games in my head, so I'm not sure which one that actually is. Yeah, but I still have to do post paperwork. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I need to do the final audit, which I'm not even at yet. Right now, all I'm doing is filling in numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Contract. 2. There will be a second stream today. We also aren't really done with the stream yet. Listen, life is math. I don't know what you want from me. Time to ban Colgrump. Alright. Did someone just killed the bot? Who did that? Who did that? It was actually von Falkenstein. Congrats. I'm just gonna shush for this. Endwalker has the most song positives of the expansions. Something I find interesting is as I'm doing this, I'm also mentally comparing this to WoW, since in many ways, this is kind of an establishment for the eventual WoW review. So, for example, something that this game will not get is replayability positives. But it does get New Game Plus positives. Whereas WoW will not get New Game Plus positives, but will absolutely get replayability positives. It's just interesting to think that they kind of Tetris across each other in several ways. For example, as I mentioned earlier, only one positive ever was given to secondary quests in this game, whereas I think that's going to be the source of a tremendous amount of gameplay positives over in WoW. By contrast, the MSQ quests got quite a few positives in this game and will probably get far less in WoW. There's going to be a lot of that, I think. Viscerality will be an interesting one. I'm not sure who's going to win on that one. Yeah, no kidding. Pillars of Snow. Okay. That's the gameplay. Did I already do the story? Remember. Let's just do it really quick. I don't think I did. I know I didn't. Okay, cool. Well, WoW will probably have more viscerality overall. But remember, every class in WoW is actually 2, 3, or 4 classes, depending. Again, WoW is going to win on several numbers by virtue of literally just being bigger. Like, you stay around that long, it's just going to win, right? Now, that being said, yeah, WoW is literally double the size of FF14. That being said, one thing I have been very, very grateful to lately is that two of my friends, well, one of my friends and my sister, I guess she's still my friend, have been going through some BFA stuff recently. And I'm very, very glad for that. You know why? And this is not a joke. By virtue of seeing BFA through their eyes, BFA is actually going to get more negatives than I was otherwise planning to give. Even on relatively little things. If you want to know BFA in a nutshell, this is true. I want you to imagine that you're in a raid, and you get to a branching path, because WoW raids like to do pick your boss order, right? So you can do the bosses in whatever order. So let's say you're going down a fairly narrow corridor, okay, golden thing, and in front of you, you see a giant pillar, and there's like these two hallways. Oh, I've already screwed it up. There's these two alcoves to the side. As you're going through, you see the path forward, and you see where you're trying to go. But if you look to the right or the left through those alcoves, they just drop off into a pit of death. Where do you go? I'll point this out when we get there. Yeah, I would say, for those of you who've done the BFA raids, this probably sounds familiar. This is such a minor thing, but there is such an absence of guidance and flow that we legitimately had to pause and think about where to go. And I had to be like, no, guys, it's over here, because that alcove that leads to a drop-off, what they screwed up, is the staircase that goes down is at such an angle that it looks like it's a cliff. So you look down there and it's like, oh, yeah, okay, I shouldn't go that way. And it's just such an immediate visual indicator kind of a thing, right? Now, this is important because WoW's usually really good at that. Because, again, they have lots of dungeons and lots of raids where you can pick your order of bosses. So they usually, before BFA, have things where it's like there's clear visual indicators. There's the things that catch your eye, right? Usages of light or movement or the way that the camera naturally inclines, like the angle of the thing, right? And so it's such a dinky minor thing, and yet that is BFA in a nutshell. BFA on the surface is fine, really. But the more you dig into it, the more you realize that they screwed up a lot of that game, a lot of that expansion. We actually were debating just last night as we were going through the raid I just mentioned, if BFA or BC will score worse, because it's actually kind of in debate at this point. And you know how much I spit on BC. It's kind of crazy. Will either score negatively? Good question. Not sure. Legitimately not sure. I mean, even BC will probably be a net positive. Maybe. We'll see. BFA is going to get a lot of cutscene negatives, which is really rare for WoW. Just... Hell, that's actually rare for FF14, too. Well, I have the numbers right in front of me by coincidence. FF14 as a whole has 73 pluses to cutscenes and 11 negatives. And most of those are in Stormblood. The majority of those cutscene negatives are in Stormblood. That's probably about what WoW's going to look like. Lots of positives and then BFA. Like, for those of you who've played BFA, my personal most hated cutscene in BFA is when Sylvanas decides to be like a stereotypically evil asshat in front of all of the other leaders of the Horde, all of whom are personally powerful, total badasses who would qualify as PC status themselves, who I'll just go along with it for absolutely no reason. Hate that cutscene. No, they could literally just conk the moment that the leader of the Horde, and I remind you, the Horde is not an evil entity, is like, mwahaha. They should have just been like, no. And if she pushed back, then they could have beat her ass. Oh, wow. Easily. Never more. Yeah, exactly. Keep in mind, we're also there. And we are a badass in Warcraft lore. We're not at the level of the Warrior of Light, but we are still a PC. See, that's the interesting thing, Giga. You could argue that, and you'd be wrong, of course, but what probably should have happened if they were insistent upon the Jailer story arc is that exactly that. They all gang up on her, and they try to beat her up. And then she's like, I'm super powerful because of the Jailer. And then she wins the battle. That would still suck, honestly, but it would suck less. Because the fact that they just kiss ass and are like, yes, we will do whatever you say, oh evil overlord, for no reason. Good people going along with this for no reason. Like, one of the only characters who got out of BFA with her dignity intact was Lillian Voss. BFA is just... It really doesn't have an FF14 equivalent. It really doesn't. It was such a misstep. They handed off so much of the development to new people, and it shows, and they had no idea what they were doing. Want to hear another BFA anecdote? Because I was thinking about this while I was planning out the WoW route. So one of the important things about WoW is unique content. That is to say, FF14 doesn't have an equivalent of this, but some zones are Horde zones and some zones are Alliance zones. But actually, the overwhelming majority of zones are neutral. It doesn't matter what side you are, you're just doing the zone, like FF14, for example. So I was mapping out, what I would have to do on which side and which character, because, for example, most of BC is, there's not, they're mostly neutral quests. They're barely worth doing on both sides. Wrath has a couple of quest arcs early on that are unique to the other sides, and otherwise that's kind of it. And then we have the Cataclysm zones, the actual Cata zones, are almost completely agnostic. There's only the beginning of Twilight Highlands is the only thing that varies. So that's like 4 out of 5 zones that are neutral. This is good, by the way. This is a good thing. And then we come to where are we? Pandaria, where there's half of one zone, which is both sides. Otherwise, it's all agnostic. Then we get to Warlords, where each side gets one zone. Then it's all agnostic. Then we get to Legion, where there's one quest chain in one zone that's different between the two sides. Otherwise, it's agnostic. And then we get to BFA. BFA is the first expansion that has 3 zones that are Horde only and 3 zones that are Alliance only. And when I realized that, it just kind of threw me a little bit. That's also never been done since, by the way. They've never divided the player base so demonstrably, so violently, literally in terms of content before or since. 6 faction-locked zones is crazy. Yeah, think about the ridiculous amount of additional work that was, in addition to the obvious impact that had on the player base. They were pushing the Horde versus Alliance thing so hard in BFA. Reminder, the Horde versus Alliance war ended during BFA, after they started course correcting a little bit. What? Anyway, sorry, Casual asked something. Hang on, where was it? Is gameplay story inconsistent for current level trash mobs to the threat? That's one of those interesting things we just kind of walk away from casual, because if I was to give a negative for every game that allows you to die to random trash at level 60, that's basically every RPG ever. And I'm cool with just kind of walking past that one. It's like the fact that towns are the size of a neighborhood, you know? It was just, unless you do it badly, Starfield, we're just going to walk past that. Oh yeah, you remember the second raid of BFA? The one that was supposed to be 2 separate raids? One for Horde and one for Alliance, until they backed down and went ahead and merged it into one raid. They were really pushing. It's so funny. It's so obvious in hindsight and with all we know behind the scenes. They really, really were like, okay, we've got our own thing going on. We've got the reins of Warcraft. What do we do? And it's so clear they had no idea whatsoever what they were doing at all. And so they were like, okay, let's plumb the well. And what they came up with was orcs versus humans. That's pretty much the equivalent of making a new Star Wars film and thinking, oh god, I have no idea what to do for a new Star Wars film. Let's make it about defeating the Death Star and saving the princess from the Death Star. What? Oh no, absolutely not, Luke. Yeah, returning to our roots, plap. Sorry, I spit a lot of venom at BFA, but it really is shocking how bad it is. Especially in comparison to what came before and after. Even Shadowlands. Shadowlands has a lot of problems with it. And Shadowlands has the worst character in the entire game and the worst zone in the entire game. But I still think Shadowlands surpasses BFA. BFA was just such a colossal misstep and has so little polish on so many levels. And again, as I just mentioned earlier, visual design of raids. Even something so fundamental and basic that most people haven't even thought about. It's still badly done. It's still badly designed. Check this out. Same raid, okay? When you kill the boss, there's a thing you interact with. When you interact with the thing, the floor opens up out from under you, and then you fall down to the next boss area. Nothing indicates that, by the way. It's a fatal fall if you don't do it right. Think about that for 5 seconds. My sister nearly died because none of us knew that it was going to go blah, and she was just going to plummet. To use a direct comparison, there's a button you can hit in a Pandaria raid, the Throne of Thunder, which opens up a panel down to allow you to go down to the next boss. It's a staircase. A spiral staircase opens up underneath you. So even if you're at the furthest point up, you only fall a little bit, and then you hit the staircase. It's almost like someone thought about that. Sorry for getting angry. It's just, goddamn, people. Do your jobs. Kurthia. Or Kurtha. Kurthus? Oh god. I can't remember how to pronounce it. They say it in the game, but it starts with a K, Omega Legion. It was the first patch zone, I believe. I think it's pronounced Kurthia, but I don't remember how they say it, because it's been a minute. Here's another fun one. Did you know that a decent amount of content in the game is locked behind the level of your necklace? Did you also know that there is no reliable and repeatable way to grind necklace levels? Because this was back when, oh god, what's his damn name? Ion was really big on the idea of forcing players to do everything. Like, that was actually the idea. We've talked about this before. They wanted... So you can get Azerite from everything, but only a little bit. So they want you to do all the content all the time. You know, it was basically being designed to be a forever game. The thing is, you might say, well, how's that different? It's hard to explain, but it is functionally different from how expansions were designed before and after. As I mentioned over in Dragonflight, for example, dailies are gone. Instead, you have 3 dailies. That is to say, what'll happen is a daily will pop up, and it'll just sit there for a week. You can do it any time in the week. Once you do it, it goes away, of course, and then the next one will pop 3 days later from whenever you finish it. Now, they also stagger each of the dailies, which means that you can just sit there and wait for 3 or 4 days, let all 4 quests pop, do them, and then log off and go do something else. I know that sounds like a minor and insignificant thing, but WoW has been drifting more for the idea of encouraging the player to not log in every day, and I think that's a good thing. You do not want to force your players to log in every day, because the moment you do that, it builds resentment. It turns it into a grind and or a job at worst. And that's BFA in a nutshell. Dragonflight has been course correcting much better. I agree, Esmerastar. Even just the playing figures, the sub figures have been showing that. Oh, I don't even want to get into Azerite armor. Oh my god, Azerite armor. Yeah, Azerite armor was... I get that they try ideas, and sometimes those ideas fail, but Azerite idea was legitimately one of the worst ideas they've ever had for alternate progression in WoW. Corrupted armor was great. Check this out. So I know I've talked about this before. In simplicity, corrupted armor, it would come with a corruption value. The corruption value in code was functionally more item level on top of the existing item level, so it gave it more item budget, okay? So the higher the corruption value on it, the more cool stuff it can have. And there were all kinds of cool stuff, like random silly things like summoning tentacles or knocking down meteors every time you jump. You know, it was just cool, interesting stuff, right? But the thing is, the more corruption you have, the worse off your situation's going to be. And there were set points of corruption that you, the character, could have. At a certain amount of corruption, like, you'll start to see things. And at higher corruption, those things will start to do damage to you. And that even higher corruption, those things will start wrecking your face off. And they'll, like imagine for a moment you're playing FF14, you have a really high corruption value. And there's just occasionally a telegraph will just pop up under your feet. That's just here to kill you. And the higher your corruption value is, the bigger that telegraph gets and the more damage it does to you. Now, hang on, it's even cooler than this, because you have the option to just get rid of the corruption on an item completely. Now that gets rid of all the cool abilities, but it still leaves the item intact. So you have the option to, like, okay, if I get this new shoulder piece that happens to have really, really high corruption, but a lot of cool stuff I want, I'll go ahead and then cleanse my gauntlet to lower my overall corruption so I can afford the extra corruption for my shoulder. It was so cool. It was such a cool system. Gone, of course. But it was a very cool system. It did everything Azerite did wrong, right. Yeah, that's also true. The more you upgrade your legendary cloak, the more corruption you can withstand, because it literally came with negative corruption as a stat. So that was benefit for doing the legendary cloak chain. They screwed that up too. Good luck starting the legendary cloak if you haven't done literally all the content in the game, including a mandatory week-long daily quest chain as part of the MSQ, which I've been complaining about lately, for those of you who've been paying attention. Yeah, also, you need, mandatory need, the legendary cloak in order to do the final boss of the expansion. Please think about that for a second. First and only time they've done that, by the way. Yeah, so what happens? It's great. You go fight the last boss. The last boss is like, hi, you don't have a cloak on. Mind control. Permanent, unavoidable. Can't do anything about it. And you're just fighting for the enemy now. Have fun. Now you might think, and what's really it actually is, Rex, because what's really awful is if it was just, okay, I'm max level in BFA, I go grab the cloak, start the chain, get like 3 quests in to get the basic cloak, and then I could go do the boss. Sure, that's fine. Really, it would still kind of suck, but it would be fine. Here's the deal. Have you been wondering why my friend and my sister have been going through BFA? It's because of the fact that me and Pax never beat that boss because of that sanity mechanic, because of the requirement of that cloak. So doing it in a pug back in the day was just not feasible, and we literally can't two-man it, even now. We need more people. So we need them to get the legendary cloak, which is how I know how much stuff is required to even reach the chain to get the legendary cloak. Because you can't just walk in to the Heart of Azeroth and say, hey, Magni, give me my cloak. No, 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 no. You have to go do most of the MSQ of BFA up to a certain point. Then you have to do all of Nazjatar's MSQ, which involves the aforementioned daily chain. Then you have to go do a raid. Nothing tells you any of this, by the way. All of this is reverse engineered. Then you have to go, and you have to go do an entire separate quest chain, 3 of which layer on top of each other improperly. To explain that a little bit. Let's say I have a quest to go find Lilligant. Okay? This is my quest objective. Find her. She's standing right here. Oh, no, I still have to go do the quest. She even gave me a quest, by the way. I have to do both the quest that she gave me and the quest to find her to progress to the cloak step. And that's BFA in a nutshell. I am not joking on any of that. And again, there's no guides for any of this. WoW has had a bit of a guide problem for most of its history, I'm not going to lie about that. But it's usually a lot better than this. Usually there's like, for example, an NPC in town who says, hey, here's a vector quest to go start this chain. Or, we're seeking adventurers to do such and such, go here, right? Like there's stuff in that WoW usually does to help keep you on track. Hell, nowadays they actually have a new feature of the quest log. This is as of Legion, I want to say, which tracks your campaign progress. But all that's gone for this crap. Art, god damn it. And the really funny thing is, I can hear the defense of it because I know exactly what the developers were thinking. Because you're probably wondering, why didn't I know this the first time around? Well, that's easy. Because the first time around, I did everything. And remember, the philosophy of the developers in BFA was to encourage the player to log in every day and do everything. And as long as you do everything, you're fine. But if you want to skip ahead and do something specific, screw you. Go back through the chain. And yes, I realize what I'm saying. The biggest hurdle that BFA made in all this was it was FF14. Like, badly. Like, all of my complaints about mandatory unlocking in the MSQ, but worse. Yeah, I think the credits might actually be ending soon. Actually, it would make perfect sense to me, Gigapudding. Think about this for a second. Think about you've been handed the reins of World of Warcraft. You don't have a design document, really. You have no idea what to do and where to go with it. You're being forced to effectively reinvent the wheel. Now, creative, talented, interesting people could have done a lot of really, really cool stuff with that, like, for example, Dragonflight. But instead, you're like, ugh. So you look at FF14 and you copy it badly. Did I mention that the global cooldown change that made WoW's global cooldown more in line with FF14's was done in BFA? That's also when they screwed up the off global cooldown abilities to the point where it made... Now, they undid that. Credit where credit is due. But when they initially screwed up the off global cooldowns, I was livid. What's that? Sheltron. You know how Sheltron is off global cooldown? Imagine putting that on the global cooldown. Imagine putting live buttons on the global cooldown, because that's what they did in BFA launch. It was terrible. I actually quit tanking. I quit warrior for the first time in like 10 years in BFA because I was that livid at the changes. Now you're probably thinking, well, who cares? Just play it like Black Mage and predict the fights. That's not how WoW does fight. WoW doesn't operate that way. WoW is very reactionary in its fights. So you need to be able to say, oh crap, this is coming. Oh, but you're on cooldown. I remember dying in the Dazaralor dungeon, I forget the name of it, because I was playing it like I normally do, and the boss was about to do a big hit, a tank buster. And I was like, no problem, button. I was on cooldown, couldn't hit it, and I died. Funnily enough, I just finished the audit. Hi, everyone. Oh, let's turn this in. Gotta have our post-credit scene. A knapsack. Some long credits. Meanwhile, in Limsa Luminsa...
When does the next ship set sail?
May I ask your destination?
The north and east, I've already seen. I suppose I'll head west this time.
West, you say?
I mean, Estinian... Meanwhile, in Old Charlayan... We're just bouncing around a bit, aren't we? Oh god, errors credits.
I see you've made up your mind. I had a feeling you'd be keen.
But to think that our comrades too are thither bound. Fate doth work in mysterious ways.
Indeed. It will be a grueling task, having to contend with them.
If the prospect doth trouble thee, 'tis not too late to decline the petition. Though thine expression would suggest thou art far from perturbed.
Oh, how could I possibly be, knowing what's to come?
Then let us delay no further and secure passage on a vessel.
Aye. This will be a mission to remember. Come, my friend. We make for Tural.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World?
Row forth to break Horizon's bond and tread the gilded something. Sorry, I missed that at first. Something. New Game Plus has been added. Woo! We did it. We did it. Kick Reason to the curb. Wait. Ah, I got a backpack! Yeah! Alright, I have FF14, excuse me, I have Endwalker's number. You'll have to give me a moment to get FF14's number. This is actually going to take a minute. I want to make sure I do this just so. That way it'll be easier to parse in the future, which is always endeavor the goal. Did that work? Yep. Perfect. It'll be nice, I admit. This is going to sound like a strange statement, but it's been a while since I've been legitimately hyped for a new expansion. Like, it's been a minute, you know what I mean? God dang it, I'm stupid. Let's try that again. There we go. There we go. And there are 2 expansions coming out this year that I'm hyped for. So I'm looking forward to that. Hell, that friend of mine who's playing WoW for the first time, they'll actually get to experience a launch event for the first time, too. And hopefully it'll actually be good. WoW has a hit-or-miss track record with their launch events, so we'll see. Oh no, I'm always hyped. Always on Falkenstein. Always. Okay. Let's pull this document out here. Let's look at this. Could someone write down some numbers for me, please? In order. 700. 223, 543. And 285. All right. That's all our numbers. So, let's get this out of the way first, because I'm sure you're all curious where Endwalker lined up. Let's just do that first. Plus 199 net to story, plus 118 net to gameplay. That is it's 703. Golden number 703. Which means it looks like that's going towards Dream Whisperer, I believe. And yeah, that crushes Shadowbringers, which makes sense for reasons I'll go into in a minute. Giga? Where's Giga? So if you only put one number, I assumed that was for FF14 as a whole, just like everyone else's one number. So I'm afraid you have failed, Giga, forever. Well, you say that, but I see several people... Oh, okay, one person who guessed that low for FF14 as a whole. Sorry, Giga. It's your terrible, terrible outfit. I have to stand up to you. FF14's final overall golden number is 1,399.89. Oh yeah, drumroll. Now, Pillars of Snow guessed 1,400 on the dot, and so did Trihexia. So, you both tied. Congrats. However, Pillars of Snow didn't put it towards anything, so Pillars of Snow is automatically disqualified. Congratulations. Unless you want to fix that, like, really, really quick. That's possible. Something might be addable there. If you type something really, really fast, like 3 things. It has to be 3 things, or else it'll be disqualified. There's one spot. There's 3 things there all of a sudden. How strange. I never would have guessed such a thing. Alright. For those of you who only cared about that, this is a good time to bow out. But there's 2 other things I'd like to do, if you'll forgive my indulgence. First of all, I obviously did comparisons across each expansion. So let's look at some stuff. Let's look at gameplay first. Oops. FF14 as a whole gets 8 negatives to backtracking. Those are spread out mostly across Heavensward and Stormblood. 173 boss design positives. That's 14 for ARR, 19 for Heavensward, 36 for Stormblood, 40 for Shadowbringer, and 64 for Endwalker. However, there's also 22 negatives, 5, 5, 2, 8, and 2, respectively. Co-op negatives everywhere. That has never gone away and will continue to be a thing. Skip over some of this stuff here because this is all just little stuff. Class design. This is no surprise. So 76 positives for class design and 13 negatives. So 5 of those positives are in ARR, 7 are in Heavensward, 9 are in Storm, 23 are in Shadowbringers, 32 are in Endwalker. And that tracks. Their class design has been getting better every single expansion. Negatives, 6 in ARR, 1 in Heavensward, 3 in Stormblood, 2 in Shadowbringers, 1 in Endwalker. Levels. As we've already talked about, level design in this context is functionally an aggregate for boss design. So that would be 87 level positives and 18 level negatives. That's 7 for ARR, 17 for Heavensward, 16 for Stormblood, 22 for Shadowbringers, and 25 for Endwalker. MSQ is mostly negative. Music, 1, 2, 3, 6, and 6, respectively. Once again, showing the increasing escalation. Let's skip ahead. Skip over those. Song positives is funny to me, because there's 17 song positives for this game. 4 of them are in 0 of them are in ARR. 4 of them are in Heavensward. 3 are in Stormblood. 3 are in Shadowbringers. 7 are in Endwalker. And viscerality is hard to quantify, so I just ejected viscerality from any of the expansions and gave it to FF14 as a whole. I gave 74 positives to viscerality for the class design of this game. Story. Whoops. Story is me hitting the wrong button. So there's some funny ones here, like for example, animation, camera work, and storyboarding all follow the exact same trend. Nothing early on, a little bit more in Heavensward, a little bit more in Stormblood, much more in Shadow, and much more in Endwalker. Duh. The cutscene quality in terms of animation and camera work and all that has just been getting better every expansion. Brickwork, same exact trend. 3, 3, 5, 9, and 12, respectively. Much better visual design as we've been getting further into the game. Characters. 120 character positives, 19 character negatives. So that's 10 positives in ARR, 23 in Heavensward, 19 in Stormblood, 35 in Shadowbringers, and 33 in Endwalker. Negative side, it's actually... Hang on, real quick. Guess which expansion has the most character negatives. The last cookie. Yeah, of course it's Stormblood! Of course it's Stormblood. No, it's Stormblood. 10 character negatives just in Stormblood. Ranjit tried, but the problem was most of Ranjit's negatives were spread out amongst other categories. Cutscenes. 73 cutscene positives, 11 negatives. Almost all those negatives to cutscenes come from Stormblood, by the way. But positive-wise, it goes 2, 5, 15, 34, and 17. Say what you will, Shadowbringers kinda nailed it on cutscene design. Definitely the one thing it has over Endwalker, I would say. Having said that, cutscenes are functionally aggregates of individual moments. We have 67 moment positives and 5 moment negatives. That is 2, 11, 2, 12, and 40 moment positives for Endwalker. MSQ also follows the exact same pattern you'd think it would be. 6, 8, 7, 24, 18. Same thing with primary optional, same thing with secondary. Voice acting. ARR got 0 positives for voice acting, and I stand by that. Who's this? Oh. Go away. Hem. And ARR got 0 positives for voice acting. Heavensward and Stormblood both got 5. Shadow got 12, and Endwalker got 11. Oh, it's you. You gotta tell me it's you. I get random friend requests all the time because they're bots that exist. So you gotta say, hey, this is me. It's true in WoW, it's true in FF14. Come on, man. Work with me. A couple of final numbers here, because I have the final numbers here. And then I swear we'll watch this thing. So forgive this numbers-loving nerd for 1 second here. Okay, so this is von Falkenstein. I accept. So story... Who's this Blade Torval? I think that's a bot. I should decline that one. Okay, hang on. So ARR... 9... 7. I always like to leave all the metrics available for all to see. Oops. So, damn it, I don't remember who you are. In raw story positives, it's very linear. 8, 56, 44, 170, 199. But what's interesting is the other statistics there. So ARR had 0.06 positives per hour. Heavensward had 0.79, which is actually quite solid. Stormblood only had 0.54, which is kind of below average. Shadowbringer had 1.7 positives per hour, and Endwalker had 1.2, both extremely solid. Ratio-wise, ARR was 52%, barely net positive. Heavensward was a solid 71%, which is crazy. Stormblood was 65, which is below average. Shadowbringer managed 81% ratio on story positives, which is insane, until you look at Endwalker, which managed 87%. The fact that that ratio is that high is insane. WoW will absolutely not be getting that high of a ratio. Gameplay-wise, and this is why Endwalker beat Shadowbringers, by the way. So ARR got negative 25 to gameplay. Heavensward got 13. Stormblood got 32. Shadowbringer got 49. Endwalker got 118. And again, that's not counting the viscerality positives. So that's negative 0.2 per hour on ARR. 0.18 on Heavensward. 0.39 on Stormblood. 0.5 on Shadowbringer. And a crazy 0.7 positives per hour to gameplay. And just to put that into a bit of perspective, I think that beats almost every RPG we've had in density. Let me double check that. Nope, I'm wrong. Other than Diablo 3, that takes the number 2 slot. Endwalker takes the number 2 slot for positives per hour for an RPG. Ratio-wise, obviously ARR is negative at 43%. Heavensward barely eked over the line at 57%. Stormblood managed 62, Shadowbringer managed 64, and Endwalker managed 62. Because Endwalker actually had a lot of negatives too, which is kind of crazy to think about. Hang on, is that correct? Hang on, let me double check that math. That's wrong. Something's wrong somewhere. Hang on a second. There's some math that's wrong. Hang on, hang on. 160 minus 42. That's right. So that's 100. Okay, I was going to say that is wrong. So it's 202. Sorry. I was wrong. I actually screwed up math. I apologize. This is one of the other reasons I like to do this little wrap-up thing here. Is this right, then? Yeah, no, that's right. Okay. Hang on, that actually changes the golden number of Endwalker. Sorry. Second. Ahem! That's much better. So Endwalker is actually 716.49. No, it doesn't change the overall golden number because I calculated that completely separately. The big thing that changed was the ratio, which was screwing me up, because I'm like, there's no way Endwalker has a worse gameplay ratio than Shadowbringer. That's exactly what pushed it over, and I was right. So again, Endwalker had 0.7 gameplay pluses per hour, and a 79% gameplay ratio, which is good in general, never mind for an RPG. To put that in perspective, that puts it at, you guessed it, the number 2 slot for RPGs as a whole in terms of gameplay ratio, beaten only by, obviously, Diablo 3, which is at 89%. D3 is going to be the king of gameplay in RPGs for a long time. I don't think that's getting beaten anytime soon. It's D3. But I think I've bored you with facts and figures enough. God, y'all are ridiculous. Oh, there were lots of negatives. And way more positives. Come on, I had this laid up, and it's like, no, I want to be done. Ahem.
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
No subtitles, sorry. And then we vomit. Ugh. CBU3, also known as the company whose back is hurting from carrying the rest of the company up.
Come now. There's no cause for panic. This one might make for a worthy opponent.
And there's your Zidane class. Thief! Thief! Kill it!
Might you have a moment to speak further?
He's just having a drink. He's having a pina colada or something. Meanwhile, we're relaxing too. You know, different strokes. Taco! on. There's Realm, or excuse me, Kryl. Oh, that's terrifying. And there's Utah.
There. Look, my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
You and your adventures. I trust you have not forgotten the true purpose of our voyage?
At last, we are come to the land you call the New World. My home. Tural.
The Americas. Who's this loser? Summer. And no more details than that. Interesting. Listen, we've got to have Star Destroyers, okay? It's thematically significant. And I was about to say, look at that logo. Look at that. There's some interesting things going on with that logo, regardless of the obvious city. Here's hoping this is going to be our Pandaria, right? Because that... that would be awesome. Oh my god. There appears to be a bit of a crowd here. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me for this. As always, it has been a pleasure. I do obviously have some paperwork to do, some post-run paperwork to do. And of course I have to upload... this is a 41-page review. The FF14 review is 41 pages. My god. I'll get everything updated and done after I get some lunch. I will come back when I'm done. Play some Pokemon and just chill for a bit. So, until next time.